Chapter 669. Hello, Mr. Jiang. We have already prepared your car for you. Seeing Jiang Hai and the others walk in, the manager, who had already received the news, walked to Jiang Hai with a smile. The privileges of the rich in the United States really made ordinary people feel quite unbalanced. That's great. In addition to picking up the car today, I also want to see what kind of car I want to buy. Let me see my car first. Hearing the manager's words, this wasn't the first time Jiang Hai dealt with him, so he wasn't polite and smiled. When the manager heard Jiang Hai's instructions, he immediately smiled and led Jiang Hai to the garage next to him. Jiang Hai looked at his former tank and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This bulletproof car was actually destroyed by a deer. Who would believe it if he told others? But this was really the truth. When the deer rushed, coupled with the original strength of the car, it could really insert the antlers into his engine. This was something that couldn't be helped. Now looking at the brand new car in front of him, Jiang Hai patted the car door with satisfaction and then nodded to the manager. He was quite satisfied with the car's repair. It was basically like a new car, but it still had the unique taste of Jiang Hai. Okay, this car is well repaired. I will drive this car directly in a while. I want to buy a car. Let's go and pick one. Patting the front cover of his beloved car, Jiang Hai said happily. At the same time, he looked at Qi Jia. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the manager naturally smiled and led everyone to the distant exhibition hall. He knew that there would be business to do when Jiang Hai came. However, just as everyone walked out of the garage and was about to go to the exhibition hall, in an instant, a car quickly drove in front of them. When they saw the car, Jiang Hai and the others didn't care at first. When the car drove straight toward them, they panicked a little, especially when the sharp-eyed Jiang Hai found that there was no driver in the car. Who the F***CK? This car doesn't have a driver. Get out of the way. Looking at the approaching car, Jiang Hai couldn't help but yell. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins Garcia and Philemon Turner, who had been driving over, immediately jumped to the side. Qi Jia's reaction was not slow either. She immediately pulled her sister to the side. Although Delina and Marian were scared out of their wits, fortunately, Azalina also dodged to the side. Seeing that there was no one else behind him, Jiang Hai also dodged instantly. Just as they were about to watch the car crash into the garage in the distance, the car began to slow down in front of Jiang Hai and the others. It even stopped directly in front of Jiang Hai and the others. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai and the others were stunned. They looked at each other with some doubts. As for the manager, he was also scared just now. The speed of the car was about 10 miles per hour. If it really hit someone, although it was not fatal, if something happened, it would be his responsibility. Jiang Hai and the others were all pampered. Fortunately, nothing happened. Seeing the car stop, the manager immediately walked to the door with a gloomy face. Originally, he thought that it was a child who drove the car and couldn't see the situation in front, so it went on a rampage. But when he walked to the side of the car, he was shocked because there was no one in the car at this time. What the hell? Feeling the warm sun shining on his body, the manager felt a chill in his heart. The temperature of the sun was obviously not enough to dispel the panic in his heart. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Hai and the others. And when he looked, Jiang Hai and the others were also a little panicked because Jiang Hai also saw this scene. If there was no one driving, it was understandable that the car slipped away because the handbrake was not pulled, but what the hell was the car stopping just now? I feel like I shouldn't buy it from you. After thinking about it, Jiang Hai still felt that it was better for him to run away first. It was better to believe in these things than not. Most importantly, Jiang Hai himself was also a member of the supernatural. Hee hee, okay. To be honest, when he heard Jiang Hai's words, the manager smiled reluctantly. After all, he didn't want to lose this customer. But the problem now was that he couldn't explain what was going on. It was too scary. Jiang Hai wanted to run away, but he was willing. Manager, there was no accident just now, right? However, just as the manager was about to send Jiang Hai and the others away, an employee of the car shop hurriedly ran over. Seeing that everyone was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. What's the matter? Let's talk about it later. This car, let's leave it here first. What the hell? Looking at the employee who came over, the manager couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the car in front of him, he couldn't help but whisper. Hey, boss, this is not a ghost. This is an autopilot function. Hearing the manager's words, the employee here couldn't help but laugh and say. Autopilot. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai, who was about to run away, couldn't help but stop temporarily. What does this mean? This car is an all-electric car. It's a new product of Tesla. It has a system similar to our mobile phones. It can bind the user. This is the newly developed summoning function, just like this. Although the employee didn't know Jiang Hai and the others, he knew that the guests accompanied by the manager must be big customers. He also saw that Jiang Hai and the others were scared just now. He also had the responsibility to solve the riddle. Then he took out his mobile phone and trotted to the distance, then he gave an order. The car that had been stationary started again, and there was a woman's voice in the car, using the map to determine the route. Then, a magical scene happened. Just in front of Jiang Hai and the others, the car suddenly started and drove towards the employee. Moreover, the car stopped precisely in front of the employee. It didn't touch any other cars or deviate from the route at all. Hey! This is interesting. Watching the employee drive the car back, Jiang Hai touched his chin and looked at the car in front of him. He couldn't help but be curious. Come, Emile, introduce it to Mr. Jiang. Seeing that Jiang Hai was a little curious about the car, he also knew that the car could drive on its own. It was not haunted like he thought. At that moment, the soul of the businessman was officially awakened, and he said to his employee. After listening to his words, his staff also followed Jiang Hai's lead and introduced him. Tesla was a representative of alternative energy vehicles. It was an American industry, headquartered in California. It was considered a high-tech company, and it could be said that it was an inventor in the field of black technology cars. Recently, the all-electric car was still very popular around the world. Not only was it popular with the government, after all, the pollution of oil and the atmosphere had been reduced a lot, but its design was also very beautiful. However, it was not without its shortcomings. The shortcoming was that it didn't run fast. In the words of an experienced driver, it was not very exciting. But recently, this car was quite popular in Europe, because electric cars in Europe could enjoy subsidies from the government, so this car was very popular in Europe. It was also sold in China, but there were not many of them. Jiang Hai had heard of all-electric cars before, but this was the first time he had seen one. This car not only has the function of self-parking, self-driving, and summoning, but it can also be locked to the user, and it can be started without a key. Seeing that Jiang Hai was really interested in this car, the employee began to introduce it to him. This car was like a more complicated mobile phone system, but to be honest, it was quite impressive at first glance. And most importantly, the car model was not ugly, and the variety was not bad. At present, Tesla cars were definitely not available in large cars. But residential cars were still very good, and there were a total of 3 models. The S model was an ordinary car, and its target was the BMW 5 Series. Its price was about the same, the cheapest was $600,000, and the most expensive was over $1 million. Of course, this was referring to RMB. In the United States, the cheapest car was about $60,000, and the most expensive car was $120,000. This car was cheap and expensive mainly because of its engine, which could also be called a generator. Other engines had the same number of cylinders and horsepower, but this thing depended on the kilowatt-hour. The cheapest was 60 kilowatt-hours, and the most expensive was 90 kilowatt-hours. But the disadvantages were obvious. First, it was not convenient to charge. A full charge could run more than 500 kilometers, but charging it from zero would take more than 10 hours. Fast charging would damage the battery, and it would take 4.5 hours. When other cars ran out of gas, they would go to the gas station to refuel. Even if they went to the gas station, it would take them half an hour to refuel. But this car needed more than 4 hours to charge, so it was destined that this car was not suitable to be driven too far away. In theory, the speed of the car was 250 kilometers per hour, but in fact, the fastest speed was 140 kilometers per hour. In China, this car was sold for more than $1 million, but it could only reach 100 kilometers per hour. It was indeed a bit of a loss, but it was very cool to use this black technology. So Jiang Hai looked at this car, and to be honest, he was very tempted. When he thought about how he would act cool in the future, he could say something to his phone when he walked out of the restaurant, and then the car would automatically drive to his side. Thinking about it, it was still very exciting. Furthermore, the choice of this car was not small. In addition to the S-Series, there was also the X-Series, which was an SUV, and the Roadster, which was a sports car. The X-Series was slightly more expensive than the S-Series, but the Roadster was more expensive. The cheapest one cost at least $90,000. The most expensive one was nearly $200,000, but Jiang Hai really didn't lack money. Glancing at Qi Jia and the others' shining eyes, Jiang Hai decided to buy a car, not a car, but a car, an SUV, and a sports car. He didn't lack money anyway. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, the manager and the staff here were very happy. This business was finally done. Jiang Hai always focused on buying cars, and it was really convenient to buy a car in the United States. In the car shops here, all kinds of procedures could be done. It could be said that they could directly buy a car with money and drive it on the road. It was that simple. After everything was done, Jiang Hai drove one car, Azalina drove another, and Qi Jia drove another. A group of 6 cars drove to the manor in a mighty manner. On the contrary, Jiang Hai's previous favorite, the Battle Shield, was ignored at this time. It was driven back by the other party's staff. However, Jiang Hai couldn't help it. This car was fine to drive around here. If they went out of town, he had to drive his war shield. When they returned to the manor, Jiang Hai found that the outer wall that was originally damaged by the impact of the deer herd had been repaired at this time. After knowing that Jiang Hai and the others had returned, Aphrodite and the others had already prepared food and waited for Jiang Hai at home for a long time. Naturally, Robbins Garcia and the others wouldn't be third wheels. After they left, Jiang Hai and the others happily gathered together. Originally, after Jiang Hai left, the villa had been very quiet. Even Aphrodite and the others felt that something was missing. This time, when Jiang Hai came back, they were the most excited. After all, Jiang Hai hadn't been away for so long in the past. That night, Qi Jia and Qi Ye went to sleep first. Firstly, it was because they were too tired. Secondly, it was because they wanted to let Aphrodite and the others have a good night with Jiang Hai. That night, the lights in Jiang Hai's room almost didn't go out. It wasn't until the next morning that the lights went out. Then, in the afternoon, Jiang Hai and the others came out of the room. It was obvious what they were doing that night. Aphrodite and the others also used the body mixing technique to curry favor with Jiang Hai. For them, the meaning of their existence was to curry favor with Jiang Hai. They didn't want to be the key people by Jiang Hai's side, but they wanted to be an existence that Jiang Hai could vent his anger on. As long as they could stay here, that was enough. At least for them, it was enough. It was said that a woman's home was a hero's grave. Jiang Hai wasn't a hero, so he stayed in a woman's home quite well. For 3 days in a row, Jiang Hai and the others stayed in the villa and made out with each other. Later, even Qi Jia and Qi Yi joined in. The only people in the villa who didn't have that kind of relationship with Jiang Hai were Delina, Marian, and Azalina, who had long had feelings for Jiang Hai. Naturally, they were much bolder in the villa. In this way, the first few days of March flew by. As the temperature rose day by day, one of Winthrop's annual grand festivals was put on the agenda. Yes, the Poseidon Festival. After the Poseidon Festival, it meant that the Poseidon Festival was worship to the Poseidon, and they could go into the sea to catch fish. Unknowingly, Jiang Hai had been raising fish for a year, and it was time to harvest. Chapter 670. Yo, what wind blew Uncle Wallace here? Hurry up and sit inside. Looking at the car slowly stopping in front of his manor, Jiang Hai said with a smile, but at this time, his parking lot can't be parked because there is a construction team working here. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Mayor Wallace also glared at him, then parked the car in the distance, opened the door and walked over. Have you been busy recently? Looking at Jiang Hai, Mayor Wallace asked him with a smile, at the same time looking at the construction team in front of him. It's okay, my main job is to look after it. There's no other way, now I'm the only idle person in the manor. Shrugging, Jiang Hai said to Mayor Wallace. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Mayor Wallace couldn't help but laugh. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, leisure time will always pass, and now the manor has begun to get busy. Since entering March, Jiang Hai's manor has basically been in a rhythm of foot hitting the back of the head. First of all, in March, the snow melted, and Jiang Hai said that he wants to build a parking lot and a greenhouse. The greenhouse is easy to build, this thing is built quickly, but building this parking lot and the road passage is an out-and-out big project. There are 2 roads to build, one from Jiang Hai's villa to the dock, half of the road in the middle to the airport and of course, to the cowshed. The other road needs to be built along the river to block the street lights. Just these 2 roads will be very troublesome. Jiang Hai is not distressed about the money, he doesn't care about the money, but this time is really a lot, and it will take almost a month to finish. Second, the flowers are blooming in spring, Jiang Hai and the others should be planting, and a new round of cultivation will start in the vineyard. In this way, Aphrodite and the others almost grew up in the vineyard, and they didn't come to Jiang Hai's manor recently. Qi Jia and Qia began to plant vegetables with Delina and Marian. Because many women in this manor have gone to the seaside villa, the heavy responsibility of planting vegetables was handed over to them. Of course, in the evening and in the morning, they will also come to plant vegetables. In fact, they are the main force, and Qia and the others are more just watching or watering. But this also needed someone to keep an eye on it. Azalina and Conrad, the 2 bodyguards, weren't idle, they went to gather grass. Don't forget, Jiang Hai and Du Feimin still had a business deal to do. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if they had the time to do it. Everyone has something to do, and only Jiang Hai is idle, so he came to supervise the work. The greenhouse can be built in a few days, it is simple, after all, Jiang Hai doesn't plan to build a big one, but the parking lot and the 2 roads are very time-consuming. In addition, Jiang Hai made the best, the bottom is made of steel, the pillars are made of cement and reinforced stone, and the roof is made of alloy, making the whole road very sturdy. According to the person who took over this project, not to mention just snow, rain, or tornadoes, it is absolutely impossible to cause any damage to the parking lot. If there was a problem within 5 years, he wouldn't ask for money and would make it up for free. Originally, he was only supposed to look at 3 years, but he dared to say 5 years. Jiang Hai also believed him. He also didn't have the habit of talking about money and directly started to work. Unknowingly, 3 days have passed, the parking lot is gradually taking shape. This is a good thing. Originally, you are busy here, I shouldn't have come to ask, but, you are now the backbone of this place, I feel that it is better to ask, will you participate in this year's Poseidon Festival? Seeing that Jiang Hai is busy, Mayor Wallace hesitated, but still decided to ask Jiang Hai. After all, this matter is not related to Jiang Hai, it is related to the situation of the town. Poseidon Festival. Hearing this, Jiang Hai's mind couldn't help but drift back to last year, the day after he killed the mountain lion for the first time last year. It seems to be the town's Poseidon Festival, but because he is not very familiar with the people in the town at that time, he only went to participate in the parade. But at that time, he also copied a lot of good things, such as the treasure map of the shipwrecks, those are absolute nightweeds. But this year, he is not going to go to the shipwrecks at sea, he has a lot of things to do this year, fishing at the end of March, tea harvesting at the beginning of April, attending the New York Beef Show in the middle of April. Boon Ning will go to France to participate in the Magaon wine competition at the end of the month, the Brussels International Wine Competition in May. The situation in June depends on the situation, but it is just summer, it is not a good time to go out to sea. In the summer, the storms at sea were very strong, so they had to avoid June. In July, they had to harvest lobsters, and in August, they had to harvest tuna. Of course, they could also go fishing. In late August, they would harvest grapes, and in September, they would harvest grapes to make wine. In October, it would be winter again, and the year would pass. So although Jiang Hai usually looked like a sloppy person, his schedule was actually very full. The train runs fast because every carriage has a power unit. It is not a bullet train, it is a train. If you want to run fast, you have to rely on the engine. Although Jiang Hai doesn't do anything, he is the engine in this manner, there is no doubt about it. He doesn't have to do anything, but he has to be here. Listening to Mayor Wallace's words, this Poseidon Festival doesn't seem to be like last year, where it is just a parade. Jiang Hai doesn't know what to do. After thinking about it, he thinks it is better to ask first. Is this something that I must participate in? You know, I don't know much about this. Scratching his head, Jiang Hai asked Mayor Wallace. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Mayor Wallace also explained to Jiang Hai. Just like what Robbins Garcia and Jiang Hai said last year, the Poseidon Festival is actually a superstition. Pray, hope that the fish will be abundant, and the wind will be calm, and so on. Last year, Jiang Hai didn't fish. He only went into the sea to catch some fish, so it didn't matter. However, if he wants to fish this year, it might not be good if he doesn't participate in the Poseidon Festival. Therefore, Jiang Hai thought for a while and called Edward Anderson first. Sure enough, it was just as Jiang Hai thought. They want to fish this year, so they must participate in the Poseidon Festival. After receiving the news, Jiang Hai also looked at Mayor Wallace. Uncle Wallace, we are going to participate. Tell us what you need us to do. Is it money or something? Looking at Mayor Wallace, Jiang Hai said seriously. Although he didn't believe in these things, sometimes these habits still had to be respected. Besides, since Edward Anderson said that he must participate, Jiang Hai wouldn't embarrass his second-in-command. I don't need you to pay, but after all, your status is different now. So if you want to participate, you can't just follow the crowd like last year. This year, I'm going to let you hold the Poseidon's gift. Hearing that Jiang Hai was going to participate, Mayor Wallace also nodded in satisfaction. Then, he said the purpose of his visit. You want me to hold it? Hearing Mayor Wallace's words, Jiang Hai was stunned. Jiang Hai knew very well what the Poseidon's gift was. Last year, he saw it. It was the Poseidon slug of the Atlantic Ocean. But last year, he took the initiative to help, but Mayor Wallace didn't let him touch it. According to Mayor Wallace's words, only the mayor could hold the Poseidon's gift. But what does this mean this year? Seeing the doubt in Jiang Hai's eyes, Mayor Wallace couldn't help but laugh and explain to Jiang Hai, every year, there are only 3 possibilities for the person holding the sea god's gift. The first is an elder that everyone trusts, the second is a noble divine envoy, and the third is a hero. As for me, although it's a bit embarrassing to say this, as the mayor of this town, I'm still a trustworthy elder. Among us, there are no divine envoys, nor were there any heroes before, but it's different now. Seeing the doubt in Jiang Hai's eyes, Mayor Wallace couldn't help but laugh and explain to Jiang Hai. How is it different? Hearing these 3 names, Jiang Hai tried to compare them, but it seemed that he couldn't match any of them. I'm definitely not an elder. This is fixed. Secondly, I shouldn't be a brave person. This is also fixed. Thirdly, it's even more impossible for me to be an oracle. If I say that I'm from the East, it would make sense. After all, I have a dragon tattoo on my body. But this is the United States. The dragons in the United States are big lizards with wings. What kind of oracle am I? So after hearing Mayor Wallace's words, Jiang Hai was even more confused. How can I hold this thing? Because you are an angel who brings the residents of the town to a better life, so you are also considered an oracle. Hearing what Jiang Hai said, Mayor Wallace couldn't help but laugh. Hearing his explanation, Jiang Hai instantly became Spartan. If I'm considered an oracle like this. Hee. He seemed to see him wearing a priest's outfit and then saying to the beautiful nun kneeling in front of him, Come, child of the Lord, this is the trumpet of heaven. Please put it in your mouth affectionately. Can I? I'll just fork out the money and follow you, just like last year. After hesitating, Jiang Hai said to Mayor Wallace. He was really a person who was afraid of trouble, and now it seemed that it was really troublesome. Don't worry. It won't take up too much of your time. It's only 2 days. When the time comes, I will come to you in advance. The first day is a walk, and the second day is the ceremony. Just do as I say. Hearing Jiang Hai's obvious excuses, Mayor Wallace shook his head. Jiang Hai finally agreed. He wouldn't easily stop Jiang Hai from doing it, so he patted Jiang Hai's shoulder and this matter was settled. Then, while Jiang Hai was a little depressed, he drove away happily. However, Jiang Hai waited until evening and told everyone about this matter. Originally, he thought that because this would delay the construction period, everyone would object. But unexpectedly, Robbins Garcia and the others were extremely excited because in their view, the annual Poseidon Festival was extremely sacred. It was like the torchbearers of the Olympic Games. In some people's eyes, it was a thankless task. Anyway, they didn't want to watch the Olympic Games and didn't pay attention to it. They would rather sleep at home or do their own things if they had the time. But in some people's eyes, it was a supreme honor. Being responsible for holding the gift of Poseidon during the Poseidon Festival was a supreme honor, at least in Winthrop. Edward Anderson and the others would never be able to touch the fish tank in their lifetime. The fish tank represented the supreme honor of Winthrop. Edward Anderson remembered that when he was young, he had a friend who was curious about the gift of Poseidon. He sneaked into the room where the gift of Poseidon was kept at night and accidentally broke the fish tank. Later, he was directly expelled from the town. Since then, Edward Anderson had never seen him again. This showed how important this position was in the eyes of the people of Winthrop. Now, Jiang Hai was going to hold the fish tank. In their eyes, this wasn't a fish tank. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the Holy Grail. Don't worry, boss. I'll call my wife over to help you look after the construction. There will definitely be no problems. You must practice well. Looking at Jiang Hai eagerly and admiringly, Philemon Turner said with a serious face. He didn't even hesitate to ask his wife to take leave and come back to look after it. Hearing Philemon's words, the other people of Winthrop nodded enthusiastically. They couldn't be careless about this matter. Looking at their fanatical looks, Jiang Hai didn't know what to say for a while. In the end, he could only smile a little awkwardly. At the same time, he was also a little curious about the mission he had to complete. Time passed day by day. Du Feynman had already sent people over to collect the first batch of fodder. The greenhouse was also completely built and ready for use. After the seedlings were planted, the fertile land allowed the seedlings that had frozen to death in the winter to grow sturdily. The weather had also reached about 10 degrees, and the annual Sea God Festival began again at this time. The day before, Jiang Hai left home and was busy from morning to night. He walked the route between the town and the seaside no less than 20 times. After remembering all the requirements clearly, he had to endure Mayor Wallace's constant nagging. Fortunately, the Sea God ceremony began on the second day after the most nagging day had passed. Chapter 671. There was no exact time for the Poseidon Festival. Last year, the Poseidon Festival was held in early summer, but this year, it was held in early spring. There was also a meaning behind this, because when it was held, the things that were sought were also different. Last year, the festival was held in summer, and the festival was only for peace and tranquility. Because there were no more fish in Winthrop at that time, there was no need to go out to sea. Therefore, the festival was held in summer, and there were no storms or anything like that. But this year was different. There were tourists this year. Even if there were fewer fish in the sea, they still had to bring the tourists out to play. This was also considered to be a source of income. Therefore, since the new year, the town had already decided that the Poseidon Festival would be held in March, just in time for the fishing season. Early in the morning, all the residents of the town who were still free gathered in the town. In the town square, Mayor Wallace gave the order, and the Poseidon Festival began. Jiang Hai also cooperated and lifted the huge fish tank. In an instant, everyone started to shout. They had to admit that it was really quite impressive. Then, the person in charge of the music in front led the way, and the crowd set off. The group of people walked towards the seaside in a mighty manner. The most dazzling person in the crowd was Jiang Hai, who was holding the fish tank. He had to admit that it was an honor. However, it was actually quite tiring. The fish tank was not small, and could hold about 10 kilograms of water. In addition to the weight of the tank, it weighed about 25 kilograms. Although it didn't seem like much, it was impossible to not be tiring to carry it all the way to the seaside. When Mayor Wallace held the fish tank, he could even change his posture or something. This was also the privilege of being an old man. However, Jiang Hai was young and strong, so he was too embarrassed to change his posture or something like that. Therefore, he kept holding the fish tank. Unlike yesterday's rehearsal, there were a lot of people today, and naturally, they walked very slowly. Fortunately, there were no other programs. After walking for more than 2 hours, Jiang Hai and the others walked from the town to the seaside. Along the way, not only did they attract a large number of townspeople, but there were also many tourists who were very interested in the parade. They took videos along the way and followed the parade. They were also very interested in the Atlantic blue dragon that Jiang Hai was hugging. Unfortunately, the townspeople didn't allow them to get too close. Although most of the tourists were ordinary people and kind-hearted people, there were still some who liked to cause trouble. If the blue dragon and the fish tank were damaged, it would be meaningless to chase him out. Therefore, the best way was to prevent tourists from getting close. Just let them watch from afar. However, this also made the tourists very curious. Along the way, there were more and more people. Fortunately, Jiang Hai's hard days would come to an end one day. After walking for more than 2 hours, he finally arrived at the seaside. After Mayor Wallace finished his prayer, Jiang Hai put the fish tank into the sea. After watching the blue dragon in the fish tank swim into the sea and disappear completely, he raised the empty fish tank. Then, the townspeople shouted loudly. This meant that the sea god had received their gift. At this time, the sea god's ceremony was officially over. After Jiang Hai handed the fish tank to the townspeople, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then, he walked to a tent at the side to rest. This tent was specially prepared for him yesterday. It was to prevent him from not having a place to rest when he was tired. It used to belong to Mayor Wallace, but now it belonged to Jiang Hai. The tent itself wasn't small. Not to mention sitting, it could even fit 2 or 3 people lying down. Because Mayor Wallace used to hold meetings here in the past, the tent was very sturdy and of good quality. As long as the zipper was pulled up, the people inside could see the situation outside. However, the people outside couldn't see the situation inside. How are you? Are you tired? Today was the sea god ceremony, so Robbins Garcia and Edward Anderson had other things to do, so they couldn't come. However, Chi Jia and the others still came to watch the fun. When they saw Jiang Hai sitting inside the tent, they couldn't help but smile and walk over. Looking at them, Jiang Hai moved his arms and said with a smile, "Phew, I'm fine. It's just that my arms are a little sore." Originally, Jiang Hai wanted them to massage his arms. However, it was obvious that they didn't hear or deliberately missed the second half of Jiang Hai's sentence. Instead, they laughed and played together. "Well, if you're tired, take a rest. Let's go to the market over there." After ignoring Jiang Hai, Chi Jia said with a smile, and went to the market over there with Chia, Delina, and Marian. Of course, Azalina was always by their side. Otherwise, Jiang Hai would be worried. Originally, Jiang Hai also wanted to go to the market to take a look, but now that he was indeed a little tired, he was ready to take a rest. However, before he could lie down, another set of footsteps came from afar. "Hi, Jiang." Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Hai turned around and took a look. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, but he quickly concealed it. Then, he smiled unnaturally because looking at the woman in front of him, he knew that Jiang Hai wasn't that easy to deal with. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Seeing Jiang Hai's somewhat tangled gaze, the girl didn't care. She sat directly next to Jiang Hai, and then smiled at Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also touched his head. How could he not recognize her? "How is that possible, Kelly? I haven't seen you recently." Yes, the person in front of him was none other than Kelly Solon. When Jiang Hai was in the bathroom on the second floor of Hodge Circe's house, something that shouldn't have happened with her and Delia George. Later, Jiang Hai made it clear to Delia, but he couldn't say anything to Kelly. Delia had a boyfriend. Jiang Hai could use this thing as an excuse, but Kelly didn't. This made Jiang Hai a little overwhelmed. But Kelly didn't seem to care much about this relationship. After that day, although she occasionally sent some text messages to Jiang Hai, they didn't have much contact. Today, her sudden arrival caught Jiang Hai a little off guard. "What else can I do?" "Find a job." My dad asked me to help out at the flower shop, but I feel that I'm still young. If I don't go out and find a job, I'll be sorry for my age. With a shrug, Kelly Solon said somewhat speechlessly. Of course, there was one thing she didn't say. Children in the United States were actually somewhat rebellious. After they turned 18, most of them were unwilling to live with their parents, let alone work for them. Not only would they earn less, but they would also be mistreated. So compared to working at home, they were more willing to go out. This was the main reason why Kelly had been looking for a job. Well, have you ever thought about continuing to study in school? Hearing her words, Jiang Hai hesitated and said to her. To be honest, Jiang Hai knew that Kelly Solon was looking for a job at the very beginning, but he didn't want to take this job. But after all, something had happened between the two, and now they were friends, so it didn't matter if he helped her find a job. Postgraduate entrance exam. Hey, Jiang, don't joke around. It's possible for me to take the postgraduate entrance exam, but the problem is that my major is not very good. No research team will want me. With a shrug, Kelly Solon said helplessly. The postgraduate entrance exam in the United States was indeed a good place to go. In fact, it was the same in China, but it was not so easy to take the postgraduate entrance exam in the United States. It wasn't as if you could pass the exam. You needed to participate in some research groups. You had to become a graduate student of those professors, so that you could take the exam. In China, this was more of a title, but in Boston, you really needed some research ability. Leave this to me. Looking at Kelly Solon's appearance, Jiang Hai smiled. He would help her to the end. Since something had happened between them that shouldn't have happened, then he would help her. Then he took out his mobile phone, found a number on it, and dialed it. After the phone rang a few times, an excited voice came from the phone. Hey, Jiang, you must know that our research has made progress, so you called, right? It's really great. Listening to this person's words, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes couldn't help but light up. Research has made progress. What does this mean? Wait a minute, Professor Baker, Gerard, I don't know what progress your research has made. Please speak slowly. Hearing the voice on the other side of the phone, Jiang Hai couldn't help but speak immediately. He had invested a lot of money in this research institute. If there had been no results, then Jiang Hai would be very helpless. Although this institution was first established not to make money, but to cover for his manor, the effect was still good so far. At least, it blocked a lot of scholars and the like. But if this research institute could really research something, it would also be a good benefit for them. I crossbred your cattle with the North American bison applied from Yellowstone Park. I found that there was no reproductive isolation between the two species, and the calf born was not only smarter, but also similar in size to the North American bison, but its personality was more inclined to be like the Angus cattle. However, I still don't know if this kind of cattle is suitable for raising. Everything needs to be studied first. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Professor Baker, Gerard couldn't help but speak briskly. It could be heard that he was in a good mood now. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also raised his eyebrows. A cross between Angus cattle and American bison. It sounds a bit interesting. But I don't know if this thing can be raised, but I'll leave it to Professor Baker, Gerard. Anyway, he doesn't know much about it. After congratulating Professor Baker, Gerard, he gradually calmed down. Jiang, what's the matter with you calling me? Now that Baker, Gerard was in a good mood, he also remembered that Jiang Hai didn't call because he knew about his research results. It meant that Jiang Hai was looking for him for something else. Jiang Hai was his boss. He had been researching for almost a year, but he didn't get anything, so he was still quite careful with Jiang Hai. Here's the thing, I have a friend who is a student at Yerby City University. Because it's not easy to find a job after graduation, she is preparing to take the postgraduate entrance exam. I just want to ask if you have any postgraduate spots left. If you do, I'll let her take the exam." Hearing Baker Gerard's words, Jiang Hai also explained his intentions, but he was still a little careful when he said it. He was also afraid that the old professor would think too much. Generally, such intellectuals had a lot of things to do. It would be troublesome if he thought that Kelly was a spy sent by him. However, Jiang Hai was obviously thinking too much. The Americans didn't pay attention to the saying, "Don't suspect the people you use, don't use the people you suspect." In such a research institution in the United States, there must be at least one or even several investors. This was because they had to watch these people to see if they were spending money recklessly, if they had good patents, and if there were things that were beneficial to the investors. Who would be like Jiang Hai, who just invested the money and didn't care about it? Now that Jiang Hai sent someone over, it could be said that Baker Gerard was overjoyed. Of course, this is no problem. Just let her take the exam. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Baker Gerard couldn't help but pat his chest and said. Hearing that he agreed, Jiang Hai also breathed a sigh of relief. After making an okay gesture to Kelly Soren next to him, he exchanged a few more words with Baker Gerard and then hung up the phone. "Really? You really helped me find the professor?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Kelly Soren couldn't help but say excitedly. "Well, Professor Baker Gerard should be the professor of evolutionary chemistry for your college students. Now he is doing a plan for the quality of cattle and grass on the ranch for me. You can go to him these days and discuss with him. Then study hard and pass the exam." Looking at Kelly Soren, Jiang Hai said to her with a smile. Hearing what Jiang Hai said, Kelly Soren couldn't help but rush over excitedly and kiss Jiang Hai heavily on the lips. Originally, when she talked to Jiang Hai about her work, it was more of a complaint. But she didn't expect that Jiang Hai would actually help her solve this problem. To be honest, this really made her excited. "Jiang, I must repay you well. I don't know if you are in the tent by the sea," Kelly said to him with watery eyes. It can be seen that she is really interested in Jiang Hai. Chapter 672. "Hey, boss, what are you thinking about?" Looking at Jiang Hai standing on the bow, Edward Anderson couldn't help but walk out with a pipe. While smoking, he asked Jiang Hai. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also turned his head and smiled at him. "Oh, nothing, I'm just worried about how much fish there will be in a while." Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile and say. "Don't worry, boss, we will definitely have a bumper harvest this year." Looking at Jiang Hai's appearance, Edward Anderson couldn't help but smile, then said with great certainty. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also smiled and continued to look at the sea in the distance. 3 days have passed since the Poseidon ritual. On that day, Jiang Hai and Kelly almost did it in the tent, cough cough, but unfortunately, it didn't happen in the end because Chia came back to deliver fruits to Jiang Hai. Fortunately, she didn't take off her clothes at that time, otherwise, she would have been caught red-handed. But even so, Chia's suspicious gaze still made Jiang Hai a little speechless. In the evening, Chia deliberately went to Jiang Hai's room and left satisfied after 2 hours. In the following days, Jiang Hai and the others were still busy, but no matter how busy they were, Jiang Hai still had to come for the first fishing trip. Jiang Hai's fishing boat was assembled in Boston. When he first assembled it, he considered the problem of fishing in the future, so Jiang Hai's fishing boat was not small. It braved the wind and waves on the sea, and it was still very stable. "Don't worry, boss, if you are really worried, come in with me to take a look at the sonar." Although Jiang Hai didn't speak, he still looked a little worried. Edward Anderson suddenly said to Jiang Hai. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment. Then, he felt that it would be good to take a look, so he walked into the cabin. At this time, Marin Rupert was driving the boat. In the beginning, he asked him to drive the plane and the boat. This was also what he needed to do. Next to the driver's seat, there was a sonar device. At this time, the screen was constantly jumping. Small dots appeared under the sonar. These small dots represented schools of fish. It can be seen that the fishing resources of Zhanghai Fishery were really not ordinary. We are still in the coral reef area, let's drive into the sea first. Looking at these small dots, Edward Anderson explained with a smile. In the past, Edward Anderson and the others went out to sea almost every day. In addition to feeding the fish and testing the water quality, they spent thousands of dollars of diesel to pave the way for today's trip. The sonar has the function of capturing and marking. Every time they cruised in the fishing ground, they would mark the fish they encountered and catch them in order. They didn't just find a place to cast the net. The types of fish, the size of the fish, and so on were all knowledge. Jiang Hai naturally didn't understand this. Although he knew that there were a lot of fish in his fishing ground, if he didn't catch them, they wouldn't be his fish. After all, these fish were very smart. It wasn't so easy to catch them. Therefore, Jiang Hai was more or less worried at this time. The boat sailed very fast. Even if Jiang Hai was worried, the fishing boat quickly left the coral reef area and entered the water. With a series of rapid sounds, Edward Anderson and the others were ready to catch the fish. Their first target was the first batch of fish that Jiang Hai ordered last year, the American redfish. When they first bought these fry from Iron Bowl, these fry were only as long as an index finger and as thick as 2 fingers. But now, after a year of growth, these fish could be raised to 2 caddies in weight and 20 centimeters in length in an ordinary fishing ground. However, it was obvious that Jiang Hai's fishing ground wasn't an ordinary fishing ground. These fish had absorbed Jiang Hai's spirit chi since they were young. Oh, no, they were still spirit blood back then. In addition, they ate food that contained spirit chi, so their growth was quite terrifying. In Jiang Hai's eyes, these fish had basically all grown to 2 caddies, which was about 4 caddies in weight. This could be seen from the sonar. Their individual size was about 30 centimeters long. This year was not the best time to catch the fish in the soaring dragon manner. Raising these fish for 3 years before catching them was actually the right way to go. But rice has to be eaten 1 bite at a time. First learn how to walk, then learn how to run. There has been no income from the fishery. Although they can rely on the ranch to support them, he always felt that it was not the case. Therefore, Jiang Hai decided to fish this year. After finding these American redfish, Marin Rupert took the helm, Edward Anderson was in charge of the fishing machine, and Tommy Charles, Eleanor Cece, and Andrew Christian were in charge of setting the net. After everything was ready, Jiang Hai's fishing boat sailed in front of the school of fish. At Edward Anderson's command, all the fishing nets were cast into the sea. Then, Jiang Hai felt the boat sink and the speed of the boat slowed down instantly. However, no matter how slow it was still faster than the fish swimming. On the sonar display, Jiang Hai saw those small dots enter the fishing net one by one. When almost all the fish were caught in the net, Edward Anderson also started the engine. The turbine pulled the fishing net and began to pull it back. Tommy Charles and the others also opened the entrance of the ice cabin, ready to work at any time. As the fishing net was pulled up, it looked like a big bag. The front was empty, but when the fishing net left the water, Jiang Hai and the others showed joy on their faces. They saw that the empty fishing net had turned into a huge ellipsoid about 6 meters in diameter. It looked like a water droplet, appearing in front of Jiang Hai and the others. When the fishing net was pulled to the entrance of the ice cabin, it opened. In an instant, countless American red fish fell onto the deck like rain. At this moment, the fishermen's work officially began. Because they had to pick the American red fish, they would directly slide into the ice cabin. Some other fish, as well as seaweed, would be thrown back into the sea. Looking at these fish, Jiang Hai was finally relieved. Guys, this is a gift from the sea god to us. Our boss is a man bestowed by the heavens. He gave this sea region countless fish. Looking at the fish on the ground, Edward Anderson stood up in front of the turbine and shouted loudly. Harvest! Harvest! Following his cry, Tommy Charles and the others followed suit. With the gradual depletion of the Atlantic fishing industry, they had not seen such a scene for a long time. Usually, when they went out to sea, they would not be able to catch so many fish in one go. With such a big net, it would be unfair if they did not catch at least half of the net's trash. Looking at these fish, to be honest, these fishermen were a little touched. For a moment, tears welled up in their eyes. But soon, they sorted out their thoughts. This was because their work was not done yet. Jiang Hai hired them not to reminisce about the past. What they needed to do was to help Jiang Hai make money. This was the most important thing. As the fish were sent into the ice cabin one by one, and the seaweed and other things were thrown back into the sea, Jiang Hai and the others were relieved. Of course, Jiang Hai had been following along to help. According to the number Edward Anderson saw on the turbine, these fish weighed a total of 5 tons. Of course, after deducting the remaining cinnabar water and other miscellaneous things, the net weight should be about 4 tons. This was already a pretty good harvest. Jiang Hai's net was very large, the kind with a diameter of 10 centimeters. Small fish would be missed instantly. Generally, the finished fish weighed about 2 caddies. If they swam vertically, they could also get through if they were lucky. Only those guys that are more than 30 centimeters long will be caught in the net, and the ones that Jiang Hai caught are basically more than 40 centimeters long. According to Edward Anderson, there were about 3,000 American red fish in this shoal, and Jiang Hai caught about 2,000. The remaining 1,000 fish would grow bigger after a year of growth. Most importantly, they would leave seeds for the fishery. After dealing with these fish, Jiang Hai and the others continued to fish, galloping freely around Jiang Hai's fishery. The sonar fish finder was constantly capturing the fishing targets they had set, and Jiang Hai helped Tommy Charles to organize the fishing nets. After a while, they would throw this guy into the sea. As mentioned before, Jiang Hai's fishing boat had a total of 4 cabins. One was cold, which meant that it was filled with ice. This was used to preserve precious species of fish, such as blue spear or bluefin. The second was cold, which meant that there was no need for ice. The place to put ice was saved. The main purpose was to spray cold air inside, which could keep the fish fresh for a longer time. It was also used to preserve more advanced seafood. The last was the freezer. After being thrown in, the fish would be frozen into ice. It was generally used to preserve ordinary seafood. There was also a water storage room. This room was a separate warehouse. Its main function was to be in the water. When the boat was moving, the seawater would flow in from one end of the room and out from the other. The fish in this room could always be in contact with the seawater and ensure their survival. When Jiang Hai caught the blue spear, he used this trick. This trick was only effective for those extremely precious fish that had to be kept alive. Some people would say that the reason why these fish could survive was not because they were placed in the seawater, but because they had been swimming. Yes, this room was not small. When the seawater flowed, if the fish did not want to commit suicide and was directly hit by the current, it would need to swim continuously. But even so, the fish would be tired to death if they kept swimming like this. According to what Edward Anderson said when they were assembling it, the fish could only survive for a few days. This water silo can only allow the fish to live for one more day. Fortunately, the place where Jiang Hai sold the fish was not far away. After Jiang Hai and the others finished dealing with the fish, Marlon Rupert's voice came from the communication cabin. The second wave of fish had entered the range. Following Marlon Rupert's words, Jiang Hai and the others threw the fishing net into the sea again. After the previous incident, Jiang Hai and the others were much more relaxed this time. Sure enough, when the net came, it was another bumper harvest. They also got 5 tons of fish, but compared to the previous time, 95% of them were American red fish. It was undeniable that the fish resources on Jiang Hai's side were really rich. The most eye-catching fish in the net is the dozen or so dragonfish. This kind of fish is actually a type of grouper. It is also a type of marine predator fish. Although the size of these fish was not small when they were raised by Jiang Hai, but now they are even bigger. All the fish were more than half a meter long. Jiang Hai grabbed one and tested it. He couldn't help but be surprised. These guys seemed to have eaten a lot this year. In a year, they had grown more than 100 catties, which was 50 kilograms. It was really troublesome for ordinary people to catch them. After patting this guy, Jiang Hai threw it into the freezer. The grouper's lineage was there, so it must be very valuable. In addition to the long fan, there were also American red fish, which was thrown into the freezer just now. There were also groupers, which were thrown into the ice. Most importantly, they caught more than 20 salmon. It was obvious that these fishes were gathered together for no good reason. These fishes were hunting fishes, and their food was the fish that they caught in the largest quantity. Translator's note: this chapter was sponsored by Patreon. Grabbing a small silver fish that was not too long, Jiang Hai asked Edward Anderson next to him, "This is a herring, right?" "Well, it's an Atlantic herring. It seems that these little guys were attracted by your fish farm." Looking at the small fish in Jiang Hai's hand, Edward Anderson narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. He was now calculating his income. The 2 waves of fish had a total of about 8 tons. After all, there were different types of meat. If the average price was $8 per kilogram, 8 tons would be 8,000 kilograms, and $8 per kilogram would be $64,000. It seemed that it wouldn't be a problem for him to make more than $100,000 today. Of course, the long fan, grouper, and salmon would not be priced at $8 per kilogram unless there was something wrong with their brains. Okay, deal with it. In addition to the herring, there were barracuda, mackerel, and Spanish mackerel. These fish were not raised by Jiang Hai, but Jiang Hai's place was indeed a treasure. Once these fish came, they did not want to leave. Chapter 673. Fishing is a very tiring activity, at least in Jiang Hai's opinion. After 2 nets of fish, including Jiang Hai, they were already a little tired, but they were still very excited. "Boss, do you know? Canadians don't catch fish as tiring as we do." Picking up a cigarette and putting it in his mouth, Tommy Charles, an old cowboy who has been to many places, couldn't help but say with a smile. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai was really attracted. "How do Canadians fish?" Looking at him, Jiang Hai also asked as he wished. Jiang Hai knows that Americans and Canadians are born to be quite incompatible. Americans don't like Canadians. The Canadians disliked the Americans even more. It was said that Canada discriminated against the Chinese, but in some areas, they hated the Americans even more than the Chinese. Officially, the two countries were united, but in private, the friction between them was not small. Canadians catch fish the same way we do, but they throw the fish directly into the cold storage instead of sorting them out like we do. That way, their workload will be much smaller. But you all know that, so when you buy seafood in Canada, you have to be careful. They might stuff half a basket of seaweed into a basket of fish. Looking at Jiang Hai, Tommy Charles couldn't help but laugh. Hearing his words, everyone on the boat also laughed. Of course, they all knew that this was nonsense. Because Canada was vast and sparsely populated, they didn't have that many people. Generally speaking, when they fish, they directly put the fish into the freezer, then tidy up the fish nets, and then go to the freezer to sort out the fish. This can be said to have advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it will speed up the speed of picking fish to prevent the fish from dying after they come out of the water. The disadvantage is that picking fish in the cold storage, it feels particularly cool, especially in this season. In a burst of laughter, the third net of fish was put down. He had to admit that the fishing resources in the Jianghai fishing ground were really rich. Although these fish had not grown to their maximum size, to be honest, they were not small. At least, they could be sold. One net at a time, there was almost no shortage of fish. Almost every time the net went down, at least 5 tons of fish could be caught. Of course, there were all kinds of fish. So Jiang Hai and the others still need to sort. They were busy until noon, and Jiang Hai and the others had already caught 5 nets of fish. A total of more than 20 tons were received, of which the number of American red fish was the largest. Of course, this thing was also the most stocked at the beginning. A total of about 9 tons. This kind of fish is sold on the market for a pound of good fish. Of course, it refers to fish as big as Jiang Hai caught. It is not a problem to sell it for $10 a pound. Even if the cod grows into a monster, it is impossible for it to sell for $10 a pound. Of course, the wholesale price is definitely not that high. It is about $5 a pound, and a kilogram is about $8 to $10. This depends on the price in the market, but Jiang Hai is still very confident. He believes that not only is his fish big, but it should also taste much better than the average American red fish. Even if it is $10 a kilogram, 9 tons is $90,000. There are also 11 tons of other fish, including 1 ton of the anchovies, which is $20 a kilogram, and these fish are worth $20,000. 2 tons of grouper, which is $20 a kilogram, and these are worth $40,000. 3 tons of salmon, which is $30 a kilogram, and these are worth $90,000. There were also more than 2 tons of miscellaneous fish. Even if they weren't very valuable, they were about the same as red fish in the United States. Altogether, the fish were worth about $250,000. Although it wasn't as much as a cow, it wasn't a small sum of money either. Alright, boss, it's noon. Let's get some food and rest. Looking at the time, everyone has been busy since 7:00 in the morning. It is almost 1 o'clock now. They were too excited about catching fish, so they have already calmed down. Edward Anderson could not help but speak to Jiang Hai. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment, and then felt a little hungry. Alright, everyone, rest. Jiang Hai has never been a boss who does not empathize with his subordinates, because he knows that what Edward Anderson said must be the thoughts of these people. He did not say much, and waved his hand, telling everyone to rest and eat. Hearing Jiang Hai say eat, Tommy Charles immediately took out the stove. Then, Edward Anderson and the others did not stay idle. They went to clean up the octopus and squid that Jiang Hai just caught. Although these octopus and squid were the smallest species, even the smallest species. However, even the smallest species had changed after eating his seaweed. Not only had it become bigger, but its meat quality had also become firmer. Edward Anderson had recently become very fond of making teppanyaki squid. This was what he had learned from Little Ya. He would brush it with Mexican chili sauce. It was sweet and spicy, but not too salty. It could perfectly suppress the fishy smell of the squid, but it still tasted very good. While they were cooking, Jiang Hai did not stay idle. He went to slice a few small Spanish mackerels and roasted them. This kind of fish had fewer bones and more meat. Jiang Hai liked this kind of fish very much, but the production of this kind of fish was not small, and the price was not high. Soon, the things that Jiang Hai and the others were almost done. Tommy Charles was still very good at dealing with people. He first got the biggest squid and handed it to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai did not stand on ceremony and took a big bite after receiving it. He had to admit that Jiang Hai's spiritual energy was really omnipotent. Even if it was just the taste of the squid, it was still quite good. As soon as the squid tentacles entered his mouth, the gravy instantly filled Jiang Hai's mouth. The fresh taste of the squid, coupled with the taste of the chili sauce, Jiang Hai was not bragging. With this skill, he could directly set up a roadside stall. Eating this delicious grilled squid, Jiang Hai could not help but give everyone a thumbs up. This kind of game was indeed a rare delicacy. Looking at Jiang Hai's actions, Edward Anderson and the others also laughed. In fact, Edward Anderson and the others had long been tired of eating things in the sea. After all, they had been doing this for half their lives. They really had no interest in the things in the sea. But to be honest, every time they ate the fish in Jiang Hai's manner, it felt really good. At least they were not tired of eating it yet. Naturally, they had to drink beer while eating barbecue. A box of iced Corona was pushed out. Jiang Hai and the others did not stand on ceremony. After opening it, they drank it. The taste of Corona was very refreshing, but to be honest, foreign beer, because of the high alcohol content, was more or less bitter. However, whether it was clear beer or Corona, it had to be accompanied by lemon. After eating a mouthful of lemon and drinking a mouthful of beer, they would feel that the beer was not bitter, but sweet. Then, they ate it with grilled squid and grilled mackerel. The taste was quite good. When going to sea, lemons and the like were naturally indispensable. First, it was to supplement nutrition. Second, lemons could actually happen. Of course, this had nothing to do with Jiang Hai for the time being. As the sun set, Jiang Hai stood on the deck, looking at the gradually sinking sun in the distance. He also smiled. This afternoon, they caught 6 more nets. The harvest of each net was actually about the same. After 6 nets, Jiang Hai's fishing boat's cabin was filled to the brim. Not only was the ice storage full, even the ice storage was also full. Although these fish weren't too expensive, these fish alone were worth at least 500,000 yuan. This referred to the price of selling at the fishing port. If Jiang Hai had a retail channel, the price would be even higher. Jiang Hai's people did not say that they would stop after fishing once. There were many schools of fish in this area. According to Edward Anderson, they could fish every other day, and the harvest would be the same every time. They could fish until winter came in October. Then, they would look at the problem of fish in the waters and decide whether to bring them in or not. There were a total of 8 months between now and the beginning of October. According to a rough calculation, there were at least 240 days left, which was half of the time to fish. That was 120 days. Excluding storms and the like, there were still 90 days left. 90 days, $500,000 a day. That meant that Jiang Hai could earn $45 million just from these ordinary fish. According to Edward Anderson, it could only be more, not less, and this was only based on the calculation of the American redfish. After all, there were still precious fish species such as dragonfly, grouper, and salmon. Jiang Hai also remembered that there were many lobsters, king crabs, spotted shrimps, large yellow croakers, and Yangtze swordfish at the bottom of the sea. There was no need to think about the Chinese baobabs. In the next few years, Jiang Hai would not touch them. In addition, he also had a batch of bluefin golden spears. If he sold these things, he would be able to earn a lot. 45 million. Adding a zero to the end was more like it. Although it still could not be compared to the price of beef, after all, beef should have a price tag. As long as ordinary cattle were raised to grade 5A, they could also be sold for the same price. However, these fish were different. No matter how delicious the American redfish was, a kilogram was still about $10. Even if it was extremely delicious, the price would still be the same. After all, the bloodline of the American redfish was still there. Just because the American redfish was better than ordinary bluefin golden spears, it did not mean that one could sell for the same price as bluefin golden spears. There were rules in the market, and the price was set by Jiang Hai. However, Jiang Hai was satisfied. After all, he only spent $280 million to buy this manor, and these fish could bring him more than $400 million in income in a year. After deducting the taxes, he could earn back his capital in a year. In fact, he had already earned back his capital long ago. After all, he had collected more than $1 billion from the cattle. With income, the mentality of the fishermen had changed. At least, they were a lot more upright. And they could also look forward to Jiang Hai's year-end bonus during this year's Chinese New Year. It would probably be very good. Boss, we are about to reach Boston. Because Jiang Hai's house did not have a warehouse to store fish, Jiang Hai and the others were preparing to sell the fish they caught today directly at night. There was only one largest and fairest fishing company in the vicinity, Michelson Greens. So after Jiang Hai and the others decided to sell, they had already set off for Boston. Oh, I got it. Looking at the port on the sea level in the distance, Jiang Hai also responded. He couldn't help but stand up and go back to the cabin to put on his equipment. Although he was the boss, he would also help when there was a shortage of manpower. It was said that it would be very tiring to forget the mountain and set sail at the port. Jiang Hai and the others drove for more than an hour before they arrived at the port. After arriving at the port, Jiang Hai found that there were not many fishing boats here. After all, there was not much fish in Boston, and the weather was so cold now. This was really not a good season for fishing. When Jiang Hai's boat came over, many people noticed the fishing boat with the words "Soaring Dragon" painted on it, Huaxia. Everyone in the vicinity knew that this ship belonged to Jiang Hai. If there was a large amount of fish in the vicinity, then it could only be Jiang Hai's ship. Therefore, they wanted to see how much fish Jiang Hai had. Jiang Hai's ship was a ship that had a lot of fish. As for what kind of thoughts they harbored, no one knew. Whether or not they were preparing to do something sneaky, no one knew. But Jiang Hai was not afraid of them stealing fish, because his fish were not so easy to steal. He might be afraid of coming to a warship, but to an ordinary fishing boat, hee. Jiang Hai could only laugh. Do you think Big Fool and Roger are vegetarians? Hey, let's see who's here. Jiang Hai, it's almost time for your fishing ground to open. Are you here to sell today? After entering the port, Jiang Hai saw Michelson Green, who was collecting fish from a distance. At this time, the old man came over with a smile on his face. Your guess is really accurate. How is the current market? Hearing his words, it wasn't the first time they had dealt with each other. Jiang Hai didn't want to talk nonsense with him. They weren't friends or anything, so he directly asked him. It's on the board. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Michelson Green smiled and pointed to a sign hanging next to him. The price of common fish was written on it. The top one was codfish, Atlantic codfish. This fish is very expensive in China, but it is not worth much in the United States. 1.8 US per kilogram, followed by herring, 1.85 US per kilogram, then sardines, 1.9 US per kilogram. Mackerel, 3.4 US per kilogram, 2.7 US per kilogram, mackerel, 3.1 US per kilogram. Red fish, 8.6 US per kilogram for more than 40 centimeters, 6.3 US per kilogram between 40 centimeters and 30 centimeters per kilogram. Grouper, tiger spot, 20 US per kilogram, 45 US per kilogram, 20 US per kilogram, 15 US per kilogram, 28 US per kilogram, 3.6 US per kilogram, albacore tuna, 8.7 US per kilogram. Looking at the price, Jiang Hai couldn't help but frown. This price is a bit low. Chapter 674. Why is the price so low? Before Jiang Hai could say anything, Edward Anderson couldn't help but walk down the boat and ask Michelson Green. He was very unwilling to accept this price. He originally thought that this boat of fish could be sold for at least $500,000. But if he sold it at this price, it would be at least $50,000 less, which was something he was extremely unwilling to accept. I don't have a choice. Michelson shrugged helplessly when he heard Edward Anderson's words. You're also an old fisherman. It's impossible that you don't know. We didn't set this price. I'm also following the price in New York. This is the price set by those bastards on Wall Street. If you think it's low, then I think it's low too. Looking at Edward Anderson, Michelson Green took out a pack of cigarettes and lit one up. In the United States, there was no fixed price. In fact, there was no fixed price in China. But in China, the government would regulate these things, which was much better than in the United States. Whenever the price of something increased, such as some necessities like rice, it would only increase within a certain range. Therefore, those who raised the price were all non-necessities, such as garlic, green onions, coriander, and so on. With these years of supervision, the domestic price growth was still very reliable. This was also the best thing about the country. But in the United States, there was no such regulation. In the United States, all prices were set by those capitalists. It was the big bosses on Wall Street who were in charge of setting the price of vegetables, grains, meat, and even forage. The price was whatever they said. For example, if these guys didn't like the special 5A grade beef, they would say that from today onwards, the price of 5A grade beef would be reduced to $1 per kilogram. Then, the price would really be reduced to $1 per kilogram. Of course, $1 per kilogram could only be bought after one bought it. Even if the price was reduced to this level, the people who had 5A grade beef, such as Jiang Hai, wouldn't sell it to Huaxia or Europe. It was the Americans who didn't want to eat it. It had nothing to do with them. Of course, they couldn't drop the price so ridiculously. It was possible to raise or lower the price by $1, but it was impossible for the price to drop to $1. Jiang Hai's manner basically didn't deal with these people, because he didn't sell ordinary beef, his wine was brewed by himself, and his grass didn't need to be imported, so whether these people set the price or not had nothing to do with Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai was taking the high-end route, and these people could not restrict him. However, the current price of fish made Jiang Hai a little depressed. Those damn vampires. Boss, are they for sale? Upon hearing Michelson Green's words, Edward Anderson hesitated for a moment before asking Jiang Hai. He knew that since the price was set, it meant that he couldn't persuade Mikkelsen to give them more money. So now the only choice is to sell or not to sell. Jiang Hai thought for a moment and couldn't help but sigh. Although he also felt that the price was a little low, he had to sell it. He didn't have a warehouse to store these fish, and most importantly, he hadn't found the next buyer. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smack his lips. Even if he sold it, he couldn't wait for it to stink. Sell it. As soon as Jiang Hai's voice fell, Mikkelsen Green led his sailors to the ship. Boxes of fish were pushed out in front of the onlookers. Seeing that there were so many fish in Jiang Hai's fish farm, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They knew that Jiang Hai raised fish, but they didn't expect there to be so many of them. After pushing the fish out, Mikkelsen Green took out a small knife, picked up an American red fish, and then cut it open. Blood flowed out of the fish's belly in an instant. Then, he took a closer look. Jiang Hai knew that he was checking the parasites and what the fish ate. When he found that the fish's stomach was full of grass seeds and other things, and there was no feed at all, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Then, he cut open a few other fish and other kinds of fish. He even sliced the meat of salmon and grouper and ate them raw. Seeing him eating raw, Jiang Hai couldn't stand it. He didn't eat raw things. However, to him, the sashimi was undoubtedly very delicious. He even smacked his lips after eating it. Hey, to be honest, the quality of the fish here is like this. Mikkelsen Green said while giving a thumbs up. The fish here are fresh and sweet. To be honest, the taste of the American red fish is not worse than that of the yellowfin tuna. But unfortunately, I only collect fish here. Your fish really can't be sold at a high price here. Mikkelsen Green sighed helplessly and said with some relief. Fortunately, Jiang Hai didn't have any connections. Otherwise, it wouldn't be his turn to catch these fish. It's good that you know. You got it. Weigh it. Hearing this guy's words, Jiang Hai rolled his eyes at him, and then said with a little heartache. He felt that his fish had been sold at a cheap price. Thinking about it, he really felt a little reluctant. Okay. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Mikkelsen Green immediately commanded his men to weigh the fish. After the boxes of fish were weighed, they were sent to their warehouse. Edward Anderson and the others also recorded the weight of these people. Jiang Hai sat next to the dock with some depression, looking at the sea outside. If his fish were sold at such a cheap price, he would be a little unwilling, but how could he make these fish more valuable? Or should he raise them for another year before selling them? This was truly a troublesome matter. Just as Jiang Hai was in a daze, his phone suddenly rang. Listening to the ringtone, Jiang Hai picked it up and glanced at it. He found that the caller was none other than Prawalton, whom he hadn't seen since they parted in New York last time. However, she still called him every now and then. Coupled with the previous incident, the relationship between the two of them became even closer. He heard that since the last time he forced her to abdicate, Prawalton's position in the Walma Group became more and more unbreakable. But in the past, she should be regarded as a direct descendant of her father, but now she was independent. She did not belong to any faction. As for the company, let her father and her uncle fight for it. It was precisely because of this neutrality that neither her uncle nor her father could touch her. She was very safe. This was like some countries in Europe. They had no ambition and had always been neutral. So even if the sky was broken outside, these countries would not be invaded. She was now a neutral figure in the Walmart Group. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she replaced the people of other forces in Sam's Club. Now Sam's Club was owned by her. Seeing that it was her call, Jiang Hai didn't think much and picked it up directly. Why are you calling me at this time? Isn't it usually at night? Are you off work now? Picking up the phone, Jiang Hai smiled and asked Walton over there. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Walton over there couldn't help laughing. When I want to get off work, who can control me? Really, but you are right. I haven't gotten off work at this time, and calling you at this time is also because of business. Hearing what Jiang Hai said, Walton couldn't help but say with a smile. It could be seen that the conversation between her and Jiang Hai was extremely relaxed. Business? Hearing that it turned out to be because of business, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be a little surprised. What business can she find me for? Well, business, you are going to the New York Beef Show in April, right? Looking at Jiang Hai, Walton said to Jiang Hai. Yeah. This is not news. Although Jiang Hai's beef is now in short supply, he still wants to make his brand known. If one day, the Walmart Group no longer buys his beef, what will he do? So he can't give the initiative to others. It's best to go out and make a name for himself. So Jiang Hai decided to go to the beef show this year. Anyway, it's not very troublesome, just a few days. Don't go to New York, go to Texas. Hearing that Jiang Hai is really going to participate, Walton said directly to Jiang Hai. Texas. Texas, huh? There, it's not good. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai said hesitantly. What's wrong? Texas is the core of the ranching industry in the United States, no, the entire world. They'll be holding the National Beef Cattle Competition in April. If your cattle can win the gold medal in this competition, your reputation will be even greater. Hearing what Jiang Hai said, Walton couldn't help but ask with some doubts. In fact, Jiang Hai's reputation is a good thing for her. Apart from her private relationship with Jiang Hai, she is the owner of Jiang Hai's club. If the reputation of Jiang Hai Manor is known, then the brand effect of her monopolizing the beef in Jiang Hai Manor will also be reflected. At that time, she can raise the price, which is what she is most interested in. She is not satisfied with just selling Jiang Hai's beef at 5A grade. She wants to make more money, so she has to make Jiang Hai's name known. But listening to Jiang Hai's words, he doesn't seem to want to go. To be honest, I don't have a good impression of Texas. When Jiang Hai first came to the United States, he went to Texas. In his impression, the people of Texas are not very hospitable people. The proportion of white people in Texas is probably the highest among all the states in the United States. The people of Texas are quite xenophobic, and maybe because many of them are cowboys, they are very vulgar. They will often curse at other people on the street. If you dare to talk back, they will dare to hit you. Racial feelings are quite strong in this state. In this state, almost 99% of the cowboys are white. There are one or two South Americans and black people, but they are basically gathered in the ranches of black people or Latin Americans. So Jiang Hai really doesn't have a good impression of Texas. The second reason why he doesn't want to go is because of the cattle. To go there for the exhibition, you have to bring the cattle, but how do you get the cattle? Take a car. It's not very safe. Jiang Hai doesn't know how to get there by plane. He feels that it is not very reliable. In this case, how to get there is a big problem. Is that so? Actually, you don't have to worry about the first point. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Walton can't help but smile and say. She naturally knows Jiang Hai's temper and what the people of Texas are like, but she naturally has her reasons for letting Jiang Hai go. The National Beef Festival is in San Antonio. This time, the National Beef Competition will be held in San Antonio. You know San Antonio, the city where the NBA's Spurs are located. This city is not a metropolitan area, and the market is small, but the urban area itself is not small, and the population is quite large. You said that Texans have racial discrimination. I am also very clear about it, but it also depends on the place. The people near Dallas are more serious, like Houston and San Antonio are much better. Houston is a space city, so most of the people are foreigners, and there is no such thing, and the people in San Antonio are famous for their good temper. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Paula Walton explained to him. As for the problem you mentioned about the cattle not being able to get there, I can help you. Our group has a lot of planes. It is not a problem to get one to send your cattle there, and those people are all professionals. Don't worry, they won't make your cattle uncomfortable. Then, okay. Hearing Pa Walton's words, Jiang Hai's heart, which was still a little shaken, gradually sank. He really doesn't have any opinions, but at least he knows that Pa Walton will not harm him. Since she said there is no problem, then he also wants to make some reputation, so he decided to go to Texas in April this year. By the way, where are you now? Why is it so noisy? After finishing the business, Pa Walton remembered to ask Jiang Hai. Me, I'm selling fish in Boston. Looking at the people around him, it was really noisy, Jiang Hai said to Pa Walton. Selling fish. Did you get fish in your fishery? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Pa Walton was stunned on the other side of the phone. Yeah, I've already got fish, and the output is not low. Thinking of the fish in his fishery, Jiang Hai couldn't help but say with a smile. Oh my God, you didn't even tell me that your fish are mine. I'll go there tomorrow. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Pa Walton couldn't help but shout loudly on the other side of the phone. Those fish, she knows, are treasures. Chapter 675. You're here. Looking at the sports car driving into his manor, Jiang Hai couldn't help but walk out of the villa and say to the person in the sports car with a smile. Are you renovating your place? After parking the car in the newly repaired parking lot, Pa Walton got out of the car and looked at the road that was still under construction in the distance. She couldn't help but ask strangely. Now the parking lot was almost finished, and cars could be parked here. At present, the construction team was extending the road outward. Materials and other things were pushed everywhere, and it looked a little dilapidated. Yeah, otherwise, it would be too troublesome to clear the snow in winter, so I added a cover. Hearing Pa Walton's words, Jiang Hai also said with a smile. At this time, the door of the front passenger seat opened, and a person who surprised Jiang Hai came out from inside. This person was none other than Cheryl Lee, the woman who once had some unclear relationship with Jiang Hai and Pa Walton. When Pa Walton was in trouble, she came to inform him. Otherwise, Jiang Hai wouldn't know. At this time, the two people came out together. After seeing Jiang Hai, he also smiled and waved at Jiang Hai. Pa Walton had always been in a hurry. After talking to Jiang Hai yesterday, Jiang Hai knew that she would come over very early today, so he deliberately didn't go out or fish. But to be honest, Jiang Hai really didn't want to sell the fish. It was really too cheap. Originally, he thought that yesterday's fish could be sold for $500,000, but in the end, it only sold for $430,000. He lost $70,000 of fish, but it wasn't cheap. Originally, Jiang Hai's fish was much more delicious than ordinary fish. If he sold it at the price of ordinary fish, it was indeed a loss. Come in. After greeting the two, Jiang Hai walked into the villa, followed by Pa Walton and Cheryl Lee. As soon as they entered the house, they were surprised to find that none of Jiang Hai's women were at home. Where are your girls? Don't say that you are now alone, they finally can't stand you. After looking back and forth and confirming that there was no one else in the villa, Pa Walton couldn't help but say with a smile. Isn't it time to pluck seeds? They all went to the greenhouse. Now the only person in the house who is free is me. Shrugging his shoulders, Jiang Hai said to Pa Walton. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Walton's eyes couldn't help but light up. Since there's no one else, that's good. Hearing that she was the only one in Jiang Hai's house, Walton couldn't help but smile and walk to him. In an instant, she took off her coat and threw it aside. Then, under Jiang Hai's gaze, she took off the tight shirt under her coat, revealing the purple-red vest inside. Hey, no way, it's still daytime. Looking at Walton's movements, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew how terrifying this woman was when she went crazy. When they were in the hotel, they didn't go out for several days. Don't talk nonsense, you have so many girls to use every day, I don't have a man. Now that we meet, why don't you satisfy me? Pushing Jiang Hai to sit on the sofa, Walton sat directly in front of Jiang Hai. Under Jiang Hai's gaze, she directly untied her vest. Looking at the indescribable things that popped out in front of him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Really? Two hands instantly stroked the two indescribable things that popped out, Jiang Hai asked tentatively. Of course. Hurry up, don't let me wait, they miss you very much. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Walton couldn't help but smile and nod. Then she picked up her hands, pressed Jiang Hai's hands, and pinched the indescribable things into different shapes. She also lowered her head and kissed Jiang Hai's mouth. As their tongues chased each other, the atmosphere in the room also changed. Good, the two lips separated. Walton smiled with her blurred eyes, then stood up, took off the armor on her lower body, and began to disarm Jiang Hai. Before Jiang Hai could do anything else, Cheryl Lee also came over. Her hands immediately cupped Jiang Hai's cheeks, and then her lips began to repeat Walton's movements. In fact, she also wanted to, but there were some things that she couldn't say. After all, she and Walton were Walton's priority. Recently, she found that Walton's attitude towards men and women had changed a little, although she still hated men. But she had a lot of opinions about Jiang Hai. Even in their conversations, they often talked about Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai's beef, Jiang Hai's home, Jiang Hai's character, and Jiang Hai's things. Women, just like men gathered together to talk about women, women gathered together to talk about men. Walton especially liked to talk about Jiang Hai. But she knew that it was impossible for her and Jiang Hai to be together. Jiang Hai was unlikely to be with her. But this didn't prevent her from liking Jiang Hai. Even since the last time she came back from New York, the things between them had become less and less, and she wasn't as active as before. But today, she seemed to have seen her former self. Not to mention Walton, in fact, Cheryl Lee already missed Jiang Hai very much. The last time she came, she wanted to sleep with Jiang Hai. First, it was to repay Jiang Hai's kindness for helping Walton. Second, it was also for her own desire. But at that time, Jiang Hai was drained by Walton. In a situation where she wanted to do it, but she was powerless, nothing happened between them. Now that she saw such an opportunity, she wouldn't let it go. She immediately took the initiative, and Jiang Hai felt the initiative of the two. His nerves, which were still persevering, also relaxed. For some things, once it happened once, there would be a second time, a third time, a fourth time. He, Cheryl Lee, and Walton had done it more than 3 or 4 times. Naturally, he was familiar with it. As the two slowly slid down and argued, Jiang Hai was also prepared. Looking at the giant beast in front of him, Walton licked the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and then sat on it with satisfaction. The war was about to start. Did you sell the fish yesterday? Half an hour later, Walton was defeated. He weakly gave up his seat and leaned in Jiang Hai's arms. Cheryl Lee took over. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Walton rubbed Cheryl Lee's upper body and said to Jiang Hai, Yeah, I sold it for 430,000. While feeling Cheryl Lee, Jiang Hai said to Prawalton. At the same time, his hand wrapped around her neck and kept rubbing her upper body. This feeling was really comfortable. You're really a spendthrift. According to Hua Xiao's saying, you're recklessly wasting natural resources. Do you know that? Those fish of yours, I can sell them for at least $1 million. Prawalton glanced at Jiang Hai. She didn't care much about Jiang Hai's private life, but Jiang Hai was wasting money like this. She had to say something. She was a businesswoman. Money was very important to her. You didn't say you wanted it. Hiss, I can't. Jiang Hai patted Prawalton's upper body, causing some indescribable things to sway constantly. While satisfying the visual stimulation, Jiang Hai also felt the changes in Cheryl. Feeling Jiang Hai's movements, Cheryl also leaned on Jiang Hai's body and said weakly, I can't do it either. Hearing this, Jiang Hai carried Cheryl Lee and put her on the sofa. What happened next was needless to say. With Jiang Hai's thrusts, 5 minutes later, as Jiang Hai's body arched, Cheryl also unconsciously opened her mouth wide, but she didn't cry out. After the irritation in his body subsided, Jiang Hai hugged her and lay down on the sofa again. His head rested on Prawalton's thigh. The three of them were panting loudly. Since I'm here this time, do you have time in the afternoon? I'll go see if your fish farm is rich or not. I'll see how much I can order then. Also, prepare some fish for me. I want to go back and test it. Prawalton touched the sweat on Jiang Hai's forehead and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai naturally nodded. This was what he should do. At this time, Cheryl also got up and lay down again. She cleaned up the dirty things she made. Then, the three of them went to take a bath together. Cheryl and Prawalton also specially brushed their teeth. After everything was done, it was already noon. The three of them got dressed and had lunch first. Then, Jiang Hai called Edward Anderson and told him to prepare the boat to go out to sea. Because this time it was an inspection, Jiang Hai didn't drive a small boat. Although they didn't have many people, they still drove a big boat because only a big boat would have positioning sonar. After boarding the boat, Prawalton stayed in the steering room. Sam's Club mainly sold high-quality ingredients, so she had some understanding of these things. For example, during the New York Beef Show, her vision was very sharp. Although she wasn't the most professional expert, at least she knew everything about beef and fish. She knew more than Jiang Hai. She stared at the sonar to see the situation of the fish in Jiang Hai's manner. Feelings were feelings, business was business. Prawalton did this, and Jiang Hai also wanted her to do this. This way, he could live more freely. While she was looking at the fish, Jiang Hai and Cheryl Lee ran to the deck and sat directly on the bow. They chatted while blowing the sea breeze. It seemed that since she came to ask for help last time, their relationship had become much closer. I heard that you went home a while ago. Did you just come back? Cheryl Lee touched the iron railing in front of her and said to Jiang Hai. I've been back for half a month. I don't remember the details, but I've been back for a while. After thinking about it, Jiang Hai came back in early March, and now it's almost late March. So, home, it's a good word, but where is my home? Hearing what Jiang Hai said, Cheryl Lee couldn't help but support her sharp chin, looked at the sea in the distance, and muttered to herself. Your home. If it's not Prawalton, then it's South Korea. It depends on what you think. If you want, my place can also be your home. Hearing Cheryl Lee's words, Jiang Hai also said with a smile. TCH, you have so many women around you. Aren't you afraid of being squeezed into scum? Cheryl Lee said to Jiang Hai with a smile. It doesn't matter. I've provoked so many women. In fact, in most people's eyes, I'm probably scum. After thinking about it, it seems that I really have too many women. It's really not good to do this. You still know. However, although you are a scumbag, you are not a bad scumbag. At least in my opinion, you are indeed not bad. You can create a sense of home for the people around you, although your love can't only be for one person. Cheryl Lee gently leaned her head on Jiang Hai's shoulder. If Jiang Hai didn't have so many messy things to do, maybe he would really be a good home. But is it really good for people like me to talk about home? With a self-deprecating smile, Cheryl Lee felt that it's not bad to be Jiang Hai's lover. If I'm too greedy, then who knows if my beautiful life will continue. Actually, if you want to go back to China, you should go. After all, you are a very important person to Prawalton. If you always have a psychological problem, it won't be good for you and her. Moreover, I also care about you, don't I? Looking at Cheryl Lee, Jiang Hai said with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Cheryl Lee couldn't help but tilt her head and smile gently. Yes, there are still people who care about me, Jiang. I have to admit that I really didn't expect your fishing resources to be so rich in this morning. But at this moment, Prawalton walked out of the cabin, then looked at Jiang Hai with a look of contempt. He sat down beside Jiang Hai and said to him, "Is it okay? I'm a genius in the aquaculture industry." Hearing Prawalton's words, Jiang Hai said with a smile, "The fish here, whether it's the species or the population, are quite good. Now we have to see how the quality of the meat is. If your meat quality is good, I think I can help you spread the name of your Manners fish." Looking at Jiang Hai, Prawalton said to him mysteriously. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also looked at her doubtfully. Her idea. What is it? Chapter 676. Let's catch some fish. Looking at Jiang Hai's puzzled eyes, Prawalton smiled and patted Jiang Hai's shoulder. Then she stood up and began to instruct Edward Anderson and the others to catch fish. But it was different from yesterday. At that time, they were catching fish in schools. But now, they were catching fish for inspection. Therefore, they didn't encounter any schools of fish and had already thrown the net into the sea. While running, they collected all kinds of fish. About an hour later, Edward Anderson saw that the pressure in the net was almost enough, so he used the turbine to pull the net up. As the net came ashore, countless fish appeared in front of everyone. Yesterday, they caught fish for sale, so there weren't many kinds of fish. Basically, they were caught according to schools of fish. All in all, there were only about 10 types of fish. But today was different. As the net of fish was pulled up, Jiang Hai couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow," because there were so many fish, not in terms of quality, but in terms of quantity. The total weight of these fish was about 2 tons, but there were at least dozens of kinds of fish. There were about 20 kinds of fish from the bream family and scorpion family. These 2 kinds of fish didn't have a large population, but there were many kinds of fish. When Jiang Hai was diving, he often found these kinds of fish. These kinds of fish often formed a school of 3 or 5. Just in Jiang Hai's fish farm, there might be no less than 50 kinds of fish. For example, the bream family, such as green bream, silver bream, white-eye bream, Irish bream, soft-mouth bream, and so on. The scorpion family was the same. There were 50 kinds of fish in the scorpion family. Although Jiang Hai didn't have all of them, it wasn't too far off. These fishes usually wandered around. This time, Jiang Hai scooped up all the fishes. In addition to these 2 families of fish, there were other kinds of fish, such as redfish, grouper, salmon, barracuda, mackerel, and so on. There were also a lot of these fish in Jiang Hai's fishing grounds. There were also a lot of cod and haddock that were caught. In addition to fish, there were also many squid, small octopus, and herring that leaked out through the mesh. However, what surprised Jiang Hai was the presence of some small eels. These eels were something that Jiang Hai had seen before when he was diving. However, he really hadn't noticed it before. Now that he mentioned it, Jiang Hai also noticed these fish. This is a 7-gilled eel. Looking at the eel in front of them, the others didn't have any reaction. Prawalton screamed first, and then her eyes began to shine. Hearing her scream, Tommy Charles and the others also came over. Well, it is indeed an 8-eyed eel. Our production of this thing is not too high here. I didn't expect there to be a lot. Pulling out the eel from the mesh, Tommy Charles said with some surprise. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai was even more puzzled. 7-gilled eel, also known as 8-eyed eel. You will feel disgusted when you look at its mouth, but in fact, this thing is a supreme delicacy. It is mainly eaten in Europe. Legend has it that the kings of Europe died from eating this thing, but this is a real upper-class delicacy. Feeling Jiang Hai's confusion, Edward Anderson couldn't help but explain to Jiang Hai. Is this game delicious? Looking at the long eel, Jiang Hai said with some disbelief. What's wrong with this eel? It's really hard for him to imagine that this thing is a supreme delicacy. *T, this thing is not only ugly, but it also sucks blood for a living. It looks like a pig intestine with long teeth, which is really scary. When we go back in a while, I will make it for you and you will know. When Edward Anderson heard Jiang Hai's words, he couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Hai also felt that he should try it. He didn't mind eating this kind of thing. At this time, the fish net was loosened, and countless fish fell on the deck. Tommy Charles and the others began to classify the fish. Different fish had different prices, so naturally, the test results were different. Prawalton took a knife and began to grab the fish. Like an old fisherman, she first cut open the fish's belly to check if there were parasites inside, then looked at the stomach to see what was inside. Then she took photos of these cut open fish and sent them to the experts. At the same time, she called people to come over and pick up the fish from Jiang Hai's fishing ground. After everything was done, everyone returned to the manor's dock. After returning to the manor, it was still very early. It was only 3:00 in the afternoon. Edward Anderson specially went to Jiang Hai's place to cook the fish first. In fact, it was called an eel, but it was not a fish. Because it was parasitic, it could grow to any size. This time, Jiang Hai harvested a total of 6 eels. The big one was about half a meter long, and the small one was only 20 centimeters long. Edward Anderson's method was very simple. First, he cut off the head, then roasted the big one and stewed the small one. In half an hour, these 2 dishes were ready. Jiang Hai tasted it. The taste of this thing, how should he describe it? He didn't like it very much. He had eaten yellowfin fish before, and he still had them now. This thing tasted similar to yellow trout, but it was more fishy. The meat was also very soft, and there was a unique sweetness of the seafood in Jiang Hai's place. It tasted good, if not for its appearance. While eating these things, the people called by Prawalton also arrived. They drove 2 pickup trucks and randomly loaded the fish in the 2 pickup trucks. After that, they left. They would test these fish to see if they were harmful, how much nutrition they had, and whether there were parasites. Then, they would set the price. Of course, the output of the fish was also one of the criteria. Now, can you tell me how I made these fish famous? Seeing the fish being taken away, Jiang Hai looked at Prawalton and asked with some doubts. He really didn't understand now. Just now, he thought about it. Did Walton mean that he didn't care about Wall Street and forcibly raised the price? But this was impossible. Why would the people buy it? Some people would say that he was happy to sell it this way. One side was willing to hit, and the other side was willing to be hit. In the past, Jiang Hai had read a lot of farming novels in China. The protagonists in those novels all started off by planting radishes, cabbages, and so on. After they were planted, they directly ignored the market price and sold a radish for more than 100 renminbi. Then, people would go crazy and fight for it. At first, it was quite cool, but later, Jiang Hai knew that it was not possible, because this was considered a way to break the law of the market. In China, it was not allowed to sell things at a high price or a low price. This was breaking the balance of the market. It was a malicious competition. Although there was no such thing in the US, a red fish cost $10 per kilogram. How could it be sold for $30 and triple the price? If it was Jiang Hai, he wouldn't buy it. Just good quality is not enough. This is different from beef. Special quality is commercial. The difference is obvious. Jiang Hai's fish is healthier, more delicious, and more nutritious. But in the US, fish farming is not popular here, so the fish are all wild. The difference between these wild fish and Jiang Hai's fish is not particularly big. At least, Jiang Hai didn't feel that the price difference was 3 times. Naturally, no one would buy it. Everything has to be advertised, just like your cattle. If we didn't go to the New York Beef Show, we wouldn't have seen it. And your fish is the same. You have to go to the fishing show. Looking at Jiang Hai, Walton said to him with a smile. She is quite confident in Jiang Hai's fish, especially after tasting it personally. From the perspective of a businessman, selling it for 3 times the price may be a loss. Jiang Hai shouldn't have raised these red fish. He should have raised more valuable fish. If he had raised fish of grouper and above, then now Jiang Hai's income would be much higher. No matter what it is, branding is very important. If your cow wins the gold medal at the National Beef Cattle Exhibition, then we will have more reasons to raise the price of your beef cattle. It's the same for your fish. If you can win the gold medal at the fish exhibition, plus the original taste of your fish, it won't be too much to sell it for $30 a kilogram. Looking at Jiang Hai, Walton said with a serious face, and hearing her words, Jiang Hai also thought carefully. Fishing show. To be honest, Jiang Hai understands that if there is a beef show, there must be a fishing show, but he didn't pay attention to these before. The world's largest fishing show, WFE, was established in 1973, but it is only held once every 6 years. You won't be able to catch it this time. The companies that win awards at this exhibition will receive the attention of the world. This is inevitable, but it was just completed last year. This year, there will be no more. In addition, there are 3 major international fishing shows. Looking at Jiang Hai, Walton introduced him. The largest one is the International Fishing Exhibition in Huaxia, which is the largest fishing professional trade exhibition in Asia. It is also one of the 3 most influential fishing exhibitions in the world. It is a 5-star exhibition rated by the UA Department of Commerce, but you are a bit far away. The European Seafood Exhibition will be held in Brussels, the capital of Belgium, but I think you may have some understanding of the temperament of Europeans. Many people in Europe still live in the world where they were the world's overlords, so it is estimated that you will only be there for the show. Looking at Jiang Hai, Walton also introduced the fishing exhibitions to Jiang Hai, but unfortunately, there was nothing for Jiang Hai. Sister, just tell me what I can go. After listening to so much nonsense, Jiang Hai couldn't stand it, so he said to Walton. Hearing Jiang Hai's impatient words, Walton couldn't help but glare at him. This guy is really troublesome. The last one, that is, the Boston Fishing Show. Looking at Jiang Hai, Prawalton said seriously. Boston Fishing Show. Is it in Boston? Hearing the name of the fishing show, Jiang Hai asked with some doubts. Of course, it's in Boston. This fishing show was first held in 1981. It's one of the 3 major exhibitions in the world, and it's also the largest exhibition in North America. If your fish takes the lead here, then it's reasonable for us to raise the price, and it's best for you to register another brand or company, so that it's more convenient to promote your fish and your beef. Looking at Jiang Hai, Prawalton said with a serious face, and hearing her words, Jiang Hai also remembered. Going to the fishing show is inevitable. After all, this fishing show is not far from him, and he is quite confident in his fish. As long as he goes, it should not be a problem for him to get an award. He is still very confident about this. Whether it's because he is from Boston, this is a face given by the host, or the quality of his fish, there will be no problem. But as Prawalton said, setting up a company. Jiang Hai really didn't think about it, because he is very lazy and afraid of trouble. When he thought of all kinds of troubles after setting up a company, Jiang Hai felt that his head was a little big. Forget it, let's not talk about other things first. When is the fishing show? Shaking his head, Jiang Hai decided to study this first. It's better to ask about the time first. After the spring, he will have a lot of work here. The Boston Fishing Show should be in the middle of April. After you go to Texas to attend the beef show, you can come back just in time to attend the fishing show. After thinking about it, Prawalton was not too sure. Although sometimes she would go to see if there was anything good that could be introduced to Sam's Club, these things were basically reminded by her assistant. She really can't remember the time. Jiang Hai can also understand this. Time slowly passed while the two were discussing. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Chia, Chi-Jia, Azalina, Daliana, and Marian also came back. When they saw Prawalton and Cheryl Lee in the villa, they were stunned because they really didn't know that they would come. Really, you didn't tell me that there were guests at home. I'll prepare dinner. The first to react was Chia. She smiled and said to Jiang Hai, then she was going to the kitchen to prepare dinner, but Prawalton also stood up at this time. Oh, we are all sisters. You don't have to be so polite. Cheryl, let's go help. The moment Prawalton finished speaking, the atmosphere in the villa was not very good, and it was instantly silent. Chapter 677. Oh, no need, we'll do it. You've driven here for a whole day, you should take a rest first. Glancing at Prawalton, the somewhat bewildered Cheryl, and Jiang Hai, Chi-Jia said with a serious face. Well, we'll do it. Hearing her elder sister's words, Chia, who had already walked to the door, couldn't help but smile and said. Then, she walked into the kitchen and got busy. However, Prawalton and Cheryl didn't stay idle after exchanging glances with each other. Instead, they went to clean up the bowls and chopsticks. Jiang Hai stood in the middle of the room. He felt that the atmosphere between the 4 people was undergoing a subtle change. It seemed that this change wasn't a good feeling. The hostility between the 4 people seemed to be somewhat vivid. In fact, for Prawalton, the initial relationship between her and Jiang Hai was actually just a misunderstanding. In her heart, Jiang Hai was more of a business partner. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of Jiang Hai when something happened to her. However, since Jiang Hai stood up for her at the Walmart Group's banquet, Prawalton's thoughts about Jiang Hai had also quietly changed. It was true that she liked women, but she was sure that Jiang Hai had unknowingly entered her heart. Now, she could also say that she liked Jiang Hai. Originally, she didn't care who Jiang Hai found because she didn't care at all. But now that she cared, she would pay attention to Jiang Hai. She didn't care about Cheryl and the others. After all, they were people she once loved. Living with the people she loved and letting the people she loved love each other was something she could accept. But she had to consider other people. After all, her point of view was no longer the same as Jiang Hai's. Jiang Hai, what's going on? After walking to Jiang Hai's side, Daliana whispered to Jiang Hai. She was indeed a bit confused. How would I know? Hearing her words, Jiang Hai didn't know what to say and muttered in a low voice. It's all your fault. Aren't you going to settle it? At this moment, Marian also sat over and said to Jiang Hai with a smile. What does a little brat know? Go play somewhere else. Looking at the twins, Jiang Hai threw a disdainful glance at them before shifting his gaze to the kitchen. Hopefully, there won't be any commotion tonight. Probably, TSK, how are we small? All you do is look at those big breasts of the Great Moon Empire. Why don't you pay attention to our development? Humph, I'm not going to talk to you anymore, you idiot Jiang Hai. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Daliana patted Jiang Hai's shoulder, then stood up and went to help with Marian. But at this time, Jiang Hai's attention wasn't on them. He was still paying attention to the four guys. Fortunately, nothing happened during dinner, although the atmosphere was a bit awkward. After dinner, everyone packed up their things together. Then, Chia and Chi Jia took the initiative to arrange 2 rooms for Prawalton and Cheryl Lee. But they asked to stay in the same room. Chia and Chi Jia didn't care about it. After the arrangement, Chi Jia went directly to Jiang Hai's room. This was also a declaration of sovereignty. At least, she had to rely on Prawalton and Cheryl Lee. Her relationship with Jiang Hai might be closer. In this regard, Jiang Hai had no other way except for a little headache. He was really weak in dealing with relationships. After returning to the room, he naturally stayed with Chi Jia. They took a shower first, then did some exercise and took another shower. When the two hugged each other and were ready to sleep, it was already 11:00 in the evening. Isn't this Prawalton a lesbian? Why? Did you take her down? Curling up in Jiang Hai's arms like a kitten, Chi Jia looked at Jiang Hai and said with a look of contempt. Jiang Hai was really not picky. As long as he saw something good, he would eat it. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai didn't know how to respond. Could it be that his charm couldn't be stopped? Don't joke around, ugh, hee, these are all accidents. But after the accident, there will be some trouble. But between her and me, it is estimated that we will never be together. After all, the forces she represents are not the same as mine. I don't want to be annexed by the Walton family. But she told me something today that is worth considering. Looking at Chi Jia in front of him, Jiang Hai wisely chose to change the topic. What did she say? Hearing Jiang Hai say that Prawalton's proposal was worth considering, Chi Jia couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and ask him. She was really afraid that Prawalton would make some excessive demands. She asked me to set up a company or brand for this Soaring Dragon Manor, and then participate in various exhibitions. After making a name for myself, maybe I will earn more. The price of fish this year is not very good. Hearing Chi Jia's words, Jiang Hai thought for a moment and said to her. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Chi Jia's first thought was to oppose. After all, this was Prawalton's proposal. As a love rival, it was inevitable for her to oppose all her proposals, but she was a highly intelligent person after all. Thinking about it, she also understood that Prawalton did this to make more money, and Jiang Hai can also make more money. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but hesitate, although she knew that Jiang Hai didn't care much about money. But it was really not good to not earn money. And most importantly, Chi Jia always hoped that Jiang Hai could do something serious. Instead of staying at home all day, doing some improper things with Aphrodite and other little sluts. A man should still prioritize his career, so now when she heard Jiang Hai's words, Chi Jia really didn't know what to say. I don't know much about these things. If you want to ask, you can ask my sister. In the end, she decided not to express her opinion. If it was some medical things, then she would naturally not decline, but now it was business things, she really didn't understand much. Asking Chi Li might be a good choice. After hearing her words, Jiang Hai thought for a moment, he really didn't understand. So he picked up the phone and dialed Chi Li's number. Although it was dark in the United States now, it was noon on the other side of the ocean. Chi Li had just finished dealing with the matter. At this time, she was sitting in front of the coffee table in her office, drinking the tea that Jiang Hai brought back for the new year while looking at the foggy sky of the capital. But the weather was not good, Chi Li's mood was still quite good. First, because the cheese company had officially stepped on the right track, and her revenge had been taken last year. Second, because the relationship between Jiang Hai and her was indeed developing in a good direction. In the case of a good relationship, the business was also quite good. No wonder Chi Li's mood was very good. In the past few days, her mood had been very good. Occasionally, at night, she would think of Jiang Hai and feel a little lonely. I really wish I could just quit my job and stay by his side every day. She stretched and picked up her phone. She didn't know when, but the screen of her phone had changed to a photo of Jiang Hai. However, the image of Jiang Hai in the photo was not very good. At this time, he was squatting in the snow, holding a sweet potato in his hand and eating it. Coupled with the outdoor clothes he was wearing, he did look a little tattered. Who would have thought that such a guy was worth tens of billions of yuan? This photo was taken during the New Year this year. Once, Jiang Hai was waiting for her downstairs. Maybe he was a little hungry, so he bought a roasted sweet potato and ate it there. When her car drove to the opposite side, she happened to see this scene, so she took a photo and used it as a meme. Looking at the photo of Jiang Hai pouting and frowning while eating the sweet potato, it could be said that he was not handsome at all. If it was anyone else, it would be an absolutely ugly photo, but in Chi Li's eyes, he was so cute, so handsome, so free and easy, and not pretentious at all. She had to admit that the phrase, "beauty is in the eye of the beholder," was really true. Her fingertips gently stroked Jiang Hai's photo, and Chi Li looked at him so infatuatedly. But at this moment, suddenly, a phone call came in. When she saw that the screen was black, Chi Li frowned subconsciously. She wanted to see who dared to disturb her time looking at Jiang Hai. But when she found out that the number was Jiang Hai's, she couldn't help but smile. "Hello, Jiang Hai." She immediately picked up the phone, and Chi Li's happy voice also passed into Jiang Hai's ears from the other side of the phone. "Hello, Chi Li, what are you doing now? Are you busy? Have you had lunch?" Listening to Chi Li's sweet voice, Jiang Hai couldn't help but ask her. It could be heard that since Chi Li and Jiang Hai had a substantial relationship, the relationship between the two had indeed improved by leaps and bounds. Hearing this, Chi Jia, who was in Jiang Hai's arms, couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She turned her body and grabbed Jiang Hai's vital part with her hands. Feeling Chi Jia's movements, Jiang Hai couldn't help but pinch her upper body. Feeling Jiang Hai's movements, Chi Jia couldn't help but soften a lot, but her hands were still moving. She looked at Jiang Hai coquettishly. She was telling Jiang Hai that she was jealous. "Fortunately, the company is fully on track now, and I don't have to work overtime anymore. Hee hee, as for lunch, of course, I ate it." Humans are made of iron, and rice is made of steel, right? Right now, I'm sitting in the office drinking coffee. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li also spoke to Jiang Hai like a machine gun. Obviously, the two of them didn't feel uncomfortable talking about this kind of conversation. Well, I'll be fine after lunch. By the way, I have something to ask you. Listening to Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai also smiled, and then told her about the things he said to Prawalton. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li fell into contemplation. When Qi Li was contemplating, Jiang Hai didn't urge her, but quietly waited for her to reply. As for Qi Jia, at this time, she touched some of Jiang Hai's indescribable places and found that she was already a little moved, so she quietly sneaked into Jiang Hai's bed, opened her small mouth, and put some indescribable things into her mouth. Feeling her movements, Jiang Hai's body couldn't help but stiffen, but he couldn't do anything else. He had to admit that while he was on the phone with his nominal wife, his lower body was enjoying the movements of his sister-in-law. This made Jiang Hai feel a little stimulated, but he didn't know what to do. Perhaps because she felt Jiang Hai's discomfort, this encouraged Qi Jia to be arrogant. Well, I thought about it. Prawalton's proposal is actually quite good. The seafood and beef in your manor, if they are really sold at the normal market price, they are really not worth much. If you can really package them and brand them, the effect may be better. At this time, Qi Li didn't know Jiang Hai's situation at this time, so after thinking about it, she still said to Jiang Hai. Hiss, ah. Oh, I see, but how do I set up this thing? Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai also reacted, so he asked her. In this regard, Qi Li really knew much more than Jiang Hai. In fact, it's very easy to set up a company, but you have to think about where to set it up. What are the benefits of setting it up in the United States? What are the benefits of setting it up in China? And what are the benefits of setting it up in China? It also needs some procedures and so on. It's quite troublesome. Hearing Jiang Hai ask her, Qi Li's heart couldn't help but move. In fact, it was indeed more troublesome to set up a company, but it also depended on the person. Who was Jiang Hai? A person with assets of billions of dollars and tens of billions of yuan. As long as he took out a few $100 million, it would be an extremely popular investment in any peaceful country in the world. It could be said that as long as he wanted, he could set up a company. But Qi Li was thinking about another problem. Anyway, Jiang Hai didn't know much about this. If he wanted to set up a company, then she was the only person to help. If he decided to set it up in China, then he would come back, so she could meet him. If he set up a company in the United States, then she could also help him, and they could still meet. Thinking of this, Qi Li couldn't help but praise herself in her heart. She had to admit that sometimes these little tricks were very useful. Oh, if that's the case, then I'll think about it, but I feel that my chances of setting up a company in the United States are higher. After listening to Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai thought about it. Now that his foundation was in the United States, it was indeed not easy for him to go back to China to set up a company. And, okay, if you want to set it up, I'll help you take a look. By the way, Jiang Hai, I miss you. Chapter 678. I miss you too. Well, I won't delay your work any further. Tomorrow, I'll go to Moses Adams and settle the company's matters. He knows more about this than I do. If there's a need, I'll give you a call. Well, that's all for now. Listening to Qi Li's voice on the phone, Jiang Hai didn't know what to say now. He could only say a simple sentence and then quickly made a decision. After exchanging a few words with Qi Li, Jiang Hai hung up the phone directly. At the moment when he hung up the phone, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But with this sigh of relief, his waist couldn't help but loosen, and then Qi Jia's body stiffened. After about a minute or so, Chi Jia raised her head again. After glancing at Jiang Hai, she made a swallowing motion, then lowered her body again. After cleaning up, she went to the bathroom, brushed her teeth again, and returned to bed. Jiang Hai, I miss you. Nestled in Jiang Hai's arms, Chi Jia couldn't help but imitate Qi Li's voice on the phone just now and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but slap her butt. This girl is too bad. TSK, you bad guy. Tell me, between me and my sister, who do you like more? Looking at Jiang Hai, Chi Jia raised her head and asked with a proud face. I'm not telling you. Sleep. Glancing at her, Jiang Hai hugged her sideways and closed his eyes. Seeing that Jiang Hai didn't answer her question directly, Chi Jia couldn't help but secretly snort at Jiang Hai, but then she laughed again. In fact, sometimes, it was better for her that Jiang Hai didn't make a choice, because if Jiang Hai really made a choice, it would be hard to say. Nestled in Jiang Hai's arms, Chi Jia had a good sleep. When she woke up the next morning, Jiang Hai was still sleeping. After washing up, she quietly left Jiang Hai's room. At this time, she didn't change into formal clothes because there were 2 guests in the villa. Instead, she seemed to be wearing more red fruits, as if to prove that something had happened between her and Jiang Hai last night. She only wore a tulle nightdress, and the 3 indescribable places were clearly visible. When she came downstairs, she happened to see that Pra Walton and the others had already woken up. At this time, the 2 were in front of the warehouse. After seeing her, they walked into the warehouse. Looking at the seafood and beef that Jiang Hai raised there, the 2 heard footsteps and turned to look at the person who came. When they found that it was Chi Jia, they turned their heads back and continued to look at the ingredients in front of them. To be honest, I really envy you. Not only can you stay by Jiang Hai's side. Looking at the beef in front of her, Pra Walton couldn't help but say with some emotion. Hearing her words, Chi Jia couldn't help but lean against the door of the warehouse and look at her like this. What's there to envy? If I remember correctly, Jiang Hai's family is far less rich than you and your family. When it comes to enjoying life, you are much better than Jiang Hai. Hearing Pra Walton's words, Chi Jia said slowly. Life is not only determined by money. Here, you can enjoy a lot of things that are difficult for me to enjoy. For example, the beef here, the seafood here. If I want to eat it, if it is not deducted from the company, I have to come here privately to get it. But if you want to eat it, you can eat it at any time. Another example is the pressure of life. I need to manage a big company and am busy every day, but you just need to quietly stay at home. Finally, there is Jiang Hai's body. If I want to do something with him, I have to look at your face and choose the time. But you don't need to, right? Anyone who has felt Jiang Hai's body knows that that feeling is addictive. Looking at Chi Jia in front of her, Pra Walton said softly. After all, Pra Walton received a different education, so she can say such words without changing her expression. But Chi Jia's face suddenly turned red, and her eyes were dodging, but she knew that this was not the time to avoid the question. If you want, you can also live in this villa. I believe that with Jiang Hai's relationship with you, he will not stop you from living here. Looking at Pra Walton in front of her, Chi Jia said with a serious face. But this is impossible. You are a very smart girl, so you can see that Jiang Hai and I can't be together. Shaking her head, Pra Walton glanced at Chi Jia. This little girl is really smart. This move of retreating in order to advance is really good. In that case, you can only be envious. Shrugging, Chi Jia said with a smile. Then, without giving Pra Walton a chance to fight back, she turned and left the door of the warehouse. Looking at her back, Pra Walton's eyes narrowed. This girl is really interesting. But in the blink of an eye, she took her gaze back. Although she wanted to tease her, even if it was for Jiang Hai's sake, she would definitely not do so, so she just shrugged and took her gaze back. After a while, Jiang Hai got up with a yawn. After everyone had an awkward breakfast together, Jiang Hai called Moses Adams to determine if he was in Boston. At this time, Moses Adams was really not in Boston. He was attending a legal conference in New York, but he should be back at the company before 11 o'clock. Jiang Hai drove his Tesla Roadster to Boston. He hadn't tried the autopilot or the summoning function yet. Since he bought it, he only drove it to Winthrop once, which shocked Mayor Wallace. This time, he was prepared to go a long way. After confirming that the battery was sufficient, Jiang Hai drove the car on the road. The autopilot function is indeed very good. It allows Jiang Hai to drive the car on its own on the highway. He began to use his mobile phone to look up information. He looked up information about the Texas All-American Beef Cattle Competition and the Boston Fisheries Exhibition. This was the most important thing for him to do, so he must take it seriously. Now, Jiang Hai's beef could be said to have a certain degree of popularity in the northeast corner of the United States, but in the country, even Sam's Club had sold Jiang Hai's beef like crazy. But in fact, everyone didn't know that this beef was produced by Jiang Hai. But if the Texas American Beef Competition was like the one in New York, Jiang Hai's beef would crush everything, then his reputation would really spread throughout the United States, and even Europe and China. If he had done this last year, it might have caused some unnecessary trouble because there were more people watching him. But this time, it was different. After Jiang Hai had a certain amount of chips, he was no longer a softie, but a hedgehog. If you want to catch him, then you have to be prepared to get your hands pierced. He is not an easy target to make a move on. While thinking about these two competitions, Jiang Hai went to Boston Moses Adams Lawyer Building. But when he arrived, he was stunned for a moment. Jiang Hai had been to Moses Adams Lawyer Building before. This was an office building, near the city center of Boston, with a total of 27 floors. Just like in China, the boss here rented each floor to a different company. The original Moses Adams had some reputation in Boston, but his reputation was not very prominent. He only rented about 1/3 of the 15th floor and set up his own law firm. This was also because of Jiang Hai's help. Jiang Hai remembered that when his law firm opened, Jiang Hai came. At that time, in addition to his law firm, there were 4 companies on the 15th floor, a real estate management company, a trading company, a construction company, and an advertising company. But in just a few months, almost a year, not only did he occupy the 15th floor, but he also occupied the 16th floor. Yes, standing in this office building, Jiang Hai looked at the nameplate. The 15th and 16th floors were Adams' law firm. He is really awesome. Whispering in a low voice, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh at himself. It seems that Moses Adams is also slowly getting better. Of course, he knows that Moses Adams is where he is today, and it is inseparable from him. Let's go, don't lament here. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai threw the thought that he was indeed a salted fish in the back of his mind and then walked into the elevator. The elevator stopped on the 15th floor. As soon as Jiang Hai walked out of the elevator door, he saw the front desk of Adams' law firm. At this time, a young man in a suit, tie, and gold-rimmed glasses was signing for something at this time. The girls at the front desk were like love-struck fools at this time, looking at the man in front of them, fantasizing about what happened with this man. Of course, Jiang Hai didn't know what happened. In fact, this guess was also full of malice. Jiang Hai didn't know him, but this didn't stop him. In Jiang Hai's view, a guy who dressed like this and exuded an arrogant aura was destined to not be a good person, so he directly jumped over him and looked at the front desk inside. "Hello sir, how can I help you?" Seeing Jiang Hai's head suddenly popping out from the side, the front desk here was stunned for a moment, but her good manners still made her instantly show 8 teeth and said to Jiang Hai with a smile. And the man with glasses here, after hearing the words of the front desk, couldn't help but look back and saw Jiang Hai at a glance. He couldn't help but have some doubts. He glanced at Jiang Hai, but he didn't know who Jiang Hai was, so he didn't speak. "Oh, I'm here to look for." Seeing this scene without drama, Jiang Hai despised the man with glasses in his heart. At this time, shouldn't he be very pretentious and say, "Kid, don't you know first come, first served? Or, don't you see me here? Get out," or something like that. He didn't say it. Jiang Hai couldn't slap his face according to the routine. He hated the feeling of not being in control the most, but fortunately, Jiang Hai was not a face-slapping maniac, so he adjusted his mood and explained his purpose to the front desk. "Why are you here?" But at this moment, a voice interrupted Jiang Hai, who wanted to explain his purpose of coming. Then everyone looked at the source of the voice. Jiang Hai found a tall woman with a somewhat cold face. At this time, she was wearing a white office lady suit and appeared in front of Jiang Hai. When she saw Jiang Hai, she frowned. She didn't understand. "Miss Dale." As soon as they saw this woman, the 5 front deskiers stood up at the same time, bowed respectfully to this woman, and then said to her with some fear. "Cough, I said I came to see you. Do you believe me?" Jiang Hai looked at this woman and couldn't help but smile. Yes, this woman was none other than Penelope Dale, the daughter of the second in command of the cowboy in Jiang Hai's manor, Burke Dale. Jiang Hai had met her many times and even had the opportunity to be alone with her, but the relationship between the two didn't seem to be very good. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Penelope's frown deepened, and the man with glasses next to Jiang Hai couldn't help but raise his head. "Please don't joke, Mr. Jiang." Penelope heard what Jiang Hai said and couldn't help but say with some depression. In fact, Jiang Hai was not only her boss's boss, but she was also her father's boss. The relationship between the two was indeed a bit, "Penelope, do you need my help?" Seeing Penelope clearly rejected Jiang Hai's words, coupled with her frown, the man with glasses couldn't help but move to her side with an obscene smile. Some young and ignorant people also called this the smile of a warm man. He said to Penelope, but Penelope just looked back at him calmly. "No need. Also, please call me Miss Dale." "Thank you." Looking at the man beside her, Penelope calmly refused him. Hearing Penelope's words, the man with glasses also shrugged. Obviously, he was used to her attitude. "Mr. Jiang Hai, you haven't explained your intention yet." "Forget it, it doesn't matter. Come with me to the office." Then Penelope couldn't help but turn her head and look at Jiang Hai. But halfway through, she gave up. She knew that Jiang Hai definitely wouldn't say anything good. Anyway, she was really familiar with Jiang Hai. She wasn't afraid that he would have any bad intentions, and she knew that he wouldn't make a move. She was still very clear about what kind of person Jiang Hai was. He had evil intentions but no guts, but he liked to joke, so she led Jiang Hai into her office. When Jiang Hai walked into her office, Jiang Hai seemed to hear many men's broken hearts and glasses. Chapter 679. Who is that guy? He can actually enter Miss Penelope's office. I really envy him. He can actually take the initiative to enter Miss Penelope's office. He is so happy. That guy can't be Miss Penelope's boyfriend, right? It looks like they have known each other for a long time. Oh my God, look at that guy. How could Miss Penelope fall in love with him? Don't talk nonsense, or I will break up with you. Miss Penelope is my goddess. Yes, don't talk nonsense. Even if they have a relationship, it must be that he has something on Miss Penelope. It must be like this. It seems that you, the ice goddess, are still very popular here. Putting down the curtains on the window, Jiang Hai looked at the people outside who were about to riot and couldn't help but smile and talk to Penelope. Especially the man with glasses just now, who had been standing there and staring at the office here. Jiang Hai saw clearly that his fists had been clenched, but he didn't dare to come in. He didn't know if he was afraid of Penelope or afraid of himself. After listening to Jiang Hai's remarks, Penelope just glanced at him and sat at her desk. At this time, Jiang Hai also came over and glanced at the name tag on the desk. Lawyer, Ms. Penelope Dollar. Oh, don't tell me you are a lawyer. You can already take on cases by yourself. Looking at Penelope, Jiang Hai said with some surprise. This is all thanks to you. After going to Huaxia with you, because I had some exchanges with the people in Huaxia, after coming back, Mr. Adams asked me to take charge of the case about Huaxia. The original internship period has passed, so I directly became a full-time employee. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Penelope said to Jiang Hai without raising her head. For her, she really had to thank Jiang Hai for this matter. This is also the result of your hard work. Sitting opposite Penelope, Jiang Hai no longer had the intention to tease her when they were alone. In fact, in Jiang Hai's view, he and Burke Dollar should be of the same generation. After all, he was Burke Dollar's boss. He didn't care if Edward Anderson called him uncle. They were of the same generation, so Penelope should be his niece. Therefore, it was fine to joke around sometimes. Of course, they couldn't do it in public, but they still had to be serious in private. Are you here to look for Mr. Adams? He should be back before 11. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Penelope nodded gratefully, but her eyes were still cold and she was talking about serious matters. Well, this time I want to turn my manor into a company or brand. Then I'll go to Texas to participate in the beef show, and then come back to Boston to participate in the fishing show. Without a company's name, this product won't be so easy to sell. Hearing Penelope's words, Jiang Hai also answered seriously. He did come here for this, so there was no need to lie. Well, if you sell your beef and seafood according to the market price, it will be a loss. Although she didn't get along well with Jiang Hai, she had always been a very upright person. Not to mention that she had no enmity with Jiang Hai, only gratitude. Even if there was enmity between them, she wouldn't lie through her teeth. She had eaten Jiang Hai's beef and seafood, which could be said to be the best of their kind. If they sold it according to the market price, it would be a huge loss. The beef was still okay because the price was there. But seafood was different. Any fish had the taste of bluefin tuna back, but it only sold for a few dollars. It was too much of a scam. So I came to ask Moses Adams. He is an expert in this area. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also smiled and said to her. Hearing what Jiang Hai said, Penelope naturally didn't doubt it, so she quieted down and continued to look at the file in front of her. Looking at Penelope's appearance, Jiang Hai smiled and shook his head. This girl is really special. But she is not Jiang Hai's type. He still prefers to take the initiative. After all, he is not a good person to take the initiative. He is basically being counteracted. He can't control a girl who is too passive. So he sat on the sofa and picked up his mobile phone to play. After playing the game for a while, Moses Adams also came back. When he came back, Jiang Hai had been in Penelope's room for almost an hour, but the people outside were anxious. But Penelope had already said that no one could enter her office casually. Even if it was an urgent matter, it had to be called by phone. In fact, Jiang Hai didn't know that Penelope was obsessed with cleanliness. She couldn't tolerate the smell of others in her private space. Jiang Hai might be an exception. Now that Moses Adams was back, the men outside naturally seemed to have found their backbone. They immediately exaggerated with him, hoping that Moses Adams could uphold justice for them and kick Jiang Hai out. Sure enough, when he heard the person at the front desk say that Penelope called the person Mr. Jiang Hai, Moses Adams suddenly became anxious. He walked quickly to Penelope Dollar's door, and then knocked on the door in front of everyone. This made the people outside very anxious. What a joke. Shouldn't he kick the door open directly at this time? Why is he knocking on the door now? These men had now begun to imagine in their minds. Originally, in this 1 hour, Jiang Hai and Penelope must have had some intimate relationship. The plot should be that Jiang Hai had caught her weakness, something that could make her unable to inherit her beloved job as a lawyer. Using this weakness, he took advantage of her weakness, and at the same time, asked her for money. If it was an acquaintance, Penelope's coldness just now would not be possible. Penelope's expression clearly showed that she was not willing to see him, but she was afraid of him and had to compromise. In the eyes of these people who suffered losses, got angry, drank some water, and became dirty, the plot of Jiang Hai and Penelope should be like this. At this time, in this hour, Jiang Hai should be in the room, taking advantage of Penelope. It was not easy for their backbone, Moses Adams, to come over, but he still knocked on the door. Was he reminding the two people in the room to get dressed? Who is it? Hearing the knock on the door, Penelope, who had been reading the file, couldn't help but look up and ask. Obviously, she didn't know the story outside. This kind of story generally happened in Japan. This kind of plot also had an English name called NTR. In layman's terms, it was Tauren. Penelope didn't know that she had been fantasized as a female character in NTR. If she knew, she would probably bite the person outside to death. It's me, is Mr. Jiang Hai here? Hearing Penelope's words, this country's Moses Adams immediately responded in a low voice. Oh, I'm here. But just as his voice fell, Jiang Hai, who happened to be sitting on the other side of the door, opened the door. Mr. Jiang Hai, I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. As soon as he saw Jiang Hai, Moses Adams's lackey mode went online in an instant. He held Jiang Hai's hand and almost rushed to kiss it. It was quite lively. It's okay, anyway, I'm just staying at home. Your business is urgent, so it's more important. Jiang Hai was also a very easygoing person, so he didn't care about this. He waved his hand and said to him, I say, can you two go to the living room? But at this moment, Penelope, who was sitting there, suddenly couldn't help but ask. Oh, yes, I forgot. Mr. Jiang, let's go to the living room. The front desk will send 2 cups of green tea. As soon as he heard Penelope's words, Moses Adams immediately patted his head and said, then shouted to the front desk. After that, the two of them left Penelope's room. After the two of them left, Penelope also walked out of the room. Looking at the goddess's normal expression and unchanged attire, the men outside couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Could it be that nothing happened just now? Penelope was too lazy to care about what these people were thinking. Instead, she closed her door and walked into the office. Then she took out her wet wipes and wanted to wipe the sofa where Jiang Hai sat, but she froze for a moment. Then she put away the wet wipes again, walked back to her desk, and continued to read the files. Because she found that the place where Jiang Hai sat was not dirty. This was the first time she felt this way. At this time, Jiang Hai and Moses Adams also walked into the living room, and Jiang Hai also explained his intentions. Boss, you are finally going to set up a company. You have to know that this is what I am best at. Hearing that Jiang Hai was finally going to set up a company, Moses Adams was quite excited. He slammed the table and then said excitedly. After we set up the company, we can make your brand's name known. With the guarantee of Walmart, we can be listed on Nasdaq and start to sell shares. Your property will go from a few billion to tens of billions. At that time, I will be the youngest billionaire. The sky is your limit. Give me 3 years, and I will operate your brand into the world's largest top food brand. Looking at Jiang Hai, it was obvious that Moses Adams was a little too excited, and his words were a little off topic. Moses, maybe you are mistaken about one thing. I am not going to be listed or anything. I am just going to set up a company and a brand to make my soaring dragon manners name known. Moreover, I don't need others to invest in me. My company naturally needs to be 100% controlled by me. Looking at Moses Adams in front of him, Jiang Hai thought for a moment and interrupted him. Was he thinking too much? Just setting up a company and a brand? Hearing Jiang Hai say this, Moses Adams also woke up from his dream, and then smiled a little. It seemed that Jiang Hai still had no intention of influencing the world. Just setting up a company and a brand. Yes, Jiang Hai really had no ambition. Influencing the world. Forget it, it is more important to have a good sleep. This is easy. I can help you with the company. The same goes for the brand. Just apply for a trademark registration. But boss, I am a lawyer. I can be your company's legal counsel, but I can't manage the company for you. You need to find a professional manager. Understanding Jiang Hai's meaning, Moses Adams also officially entered the role of a lawyer and said to Jiang Hai. Well, I will study this myself. How much does the company's registration fund need? Nodding, Jiang Hai was very clear that Moses Adams was very busy. He really did not have the time and mood to manage his own company, and Jiang Hai was not going to let him manage it. Speaking of which, this company naturally had to be handed over to someone he trusted, but among the people he trusted, there was no one with business talent. Except for Qi Li, there seemed to be no one. The rest of Qi Jia only knew medicine, Qia only knew how to cook, Feng Yunqin only knew how to mess things up, Ai Xiaoxi did not even step into society, Azalina only knew how to kill, and Aphrodite and the others had no skills except in bed. Selena Gomez was an artist, and Pra Walton was also in charge of Sam's Club. So after thinking about it, among the women around him, it seemed that only Qi Li had this talent. Then, after settling things here first, he would go to Qi Li. This doesn't matter. Your company is nothing more than to promote your brand. You have long-term partners, so you don't need to find other channels and get benefits. So, hundreds of thousands can operate normally. Of course, if you have more money, you can do it faster. I just heard that you want to do it before the National Beef Show next month, so I recommend that your registration fund is 3 million. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Moses Adams said seriously. Hearing what he said, Jiang Hai did not say anything and directly transferred 3 million to his card. Faced with Jiang Hai's trust, Moses Adams also did business according to the rules and specially signed an entrustment agreement. Otherwise, he would not have taken Jiang Hai's $3 million. After signing with Moses Adams, Jiang Hai also took the agreement and prepared to leave. Moses Adams went directly to the Public Business Bureau in Boston to handle the affairs of Jiang Hai's company. As for Jiang Hai, under the hostile gazes of the men, he left the office and went downstairs to his car. He picked up his phone and hesitated for a moment. He decided to go home and talk to Qi Jia before calling Qi Li. If he called directly, it would be troublesome if Qi Li came over and saw Qi Jia and Qi Ya. After all, in Qi Li's world, these two sisters were still in Miami. Chapter 680. The time was 8:30 in the morning, in a coffee shop outside Feng Yunshen's company. At this time, 3 people are sitting opposite each other, and these 3 people are all related to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai's wife in name, Qi Li, Jiang Hai's first lover, his junior high school classmate Feng Yunshen, Jiang Hai's second lover, Ai Xiaoxi. It's really awkward for these 3 people to sit together. Although they are already very familiar with each other, their relationship is very subtle. Why are you looking for us? Finally, Ai Xiaoxi couldn't hold back. She put down the spoon that stirred the coffee cup in front of her and looked up at Qi Li. Hearing her words, Qi Li and Feng Yunshen also put down the things in their hands. It seems that the topic is finally about to start. Jiang Hai called me, I'm going to Winthrop tomorrow. When Jiang Hai confirmed the company's registration, it was almost 12 o'clock. It's noon in the United States, but it's midnight in China. At that time, he also sent a message to Qi Li, but Qi Li saw it this morning. After seeing it, she had already decided to go to Winthrop, but not today, because she has to arrange the company's affairs today. She booked a ticket for tomorrow, but before going, it doesn't prevent her from meeting Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yunshen first. Jiang Hai asked you to go. Hearing what she said, Feng Yunshen asked with some doubts. She didn't understand why Jiang Hai asked Qi Li to go. Hearing what she said, Qi Li also nodded proudly. Then why did you ask us to come here this time? To warn us, or do you have something to say? Looking at Qi Li's appearance, Ai Xiaoxi, whose mentality has changed a lot, couldn't help but frown and ask Qi Li, why did she look for me? I asked you to come here because I want you to go with me. Staring at the 2 women in front of her, Qi Li directly expressed her intention. Why? You should know that we don't seem to have a very harmonious relationship. Hearing Qi Li's words, Feng Yunshen asked with some worry. It could be said that there was a clear hatred between them and Qi Li, but now Qi Li actually wanted to bring them to see Jiang Hai. Why was this? This made them a little confused. Could it be that he wanted to call them over to watch them show off their affection? But thinking about it, Jiang Hai couldn't possibly be like this. He really couldn't understand what Luli meant. Just answer me. Are you going or not? Looking at the 2 puzzled women in front of her, Qi Li gently brushed her hair behind her ear and said with a smile. She naturally had her own reasons for wanting to go. As for Feng Yunshen and Ai Xiaoxi, she really didn't care about them. Hearing Qi Li's words, Feng Yunshen and Ai Xiaoxi looked at each other. Both of them were hesitant. You really decided to let Qi Li come over? At this moment, sitting on the bed in Jiang Hai's room, Qi Jia glanced at Qia, who was sitting beside her, and Jiang Hai, who was sitting opposite her. Hearing their words, Jiang Hai also touched his nose slightly awkwardly. Sister, big sister is indeed the person who is most familiar with business operations. Jiang Hai. And, it's right for brother-in-law to call her over. Gently poking Qi Jia, Qia said to her with a smile, but her calling him brother-in-law gave Jiang Hai goosebumps all over his body. Ai, it's really. Ugh, it's a blessing for me to meet your sister. He said awkwardly, but when he saw Qi Jia and Qia's gaze, he changed his words halfway and shook his head helplessly. He had met the wrong person. It's good that you know. And, the office is a big deal, just call her over. Rolling her eyes at Jiang Hai, he changed his mind quickly. Qi Jia muttered softly with her chin in her hand. Although she also knew that it was difficult for her to stay with Qi Li by Jiang Hai's side, then are you going to tell Qi Li the truth about our relationship? Looking at Qi Jia and Qia, Jiang Hai thought for a while and said to them. Tell the truth. No, I'm not going to do that. She shook her head. The relationship between Qi Jia and Qi Li was not particularly good. If this layer of relationship was added, then it would be even more confusing. Then are you leaving? Listening to Qi Jie's words, Jiang Hai was confused, and then asked with some confusion. He did not mean to drive away other women because of his woman. In Jiang Hai's heart, although he did not treat everyone equally, he would definitely not do such a thing. However, in Jiang Hai's view, this was really troublesome. I'm not leaving, I'm going back to Miami temporarily. Since I've decided to stay here for a long time, I'm going back to sell my research institute. The things inside also need to be cleaned up. Qi Jia glanced at Jiang Hai and said very indifferently. But Jiang Hai could hear the disappointment and reluctance in her words. After all, they had been together for a long time, and she had also lived here for a long time. We can't always be like this. Otherwise, let's just tell the truth. Looking at her appearance, Jiang Hai bit his lip. He hated people like this very much. Instead of this, it was better to be direct. So he thought for a while, and said to Qi Jia and Qi Ya. The three sisters, so be it. Anyway, things had already happened. What else could Jiang Hai say? It was impossible for him to deny anything. Let's talk about it later. At least before Qi Li is ready to live here, we are still your sisters-in-law. Okay, you can make an appointment with Qi Li. We will leave tomorrow. Looking at Jiang Hai's decision in front of her, Qi Jia also smiled. In fact, she wanted Jiang Hai's answer more. Now that Jiang Hai had said the answer, there was no need for her to say more. Jiang Hai was mentally prepared, but she wasn't ready yet. She needed to think about it carefully. Tonight, you have to feed me until I'm full. Thinking of this, Qi Jia stood up and took the initiative to sit on Jiang Hai's lap. She said to Jiang Hai with a confused look. At the same time, she gave Qi Ya a look, telling her to leave and close the door. However, Qi Ya did close the door, but she did not leave. Instead, she turned back. I also want to live here. Looking at Jiang Hai and Qi Jia, Qi Ya whispered. After hearing this, Qi Jia could not help but feel her heart skip a beat. Then, she slapped Jiang Hai's chest. She was wondering why Xiaoya and Jiang Hai had been acting strangely recently. It turned out that something had happened to them. You bastard, we three sisters. Are you not going to let any of us go? Qi Jia said angrily as she glared at Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also smiled awkwardly and did not talk back. Instead, he directly hugged Qi Jia in front of him and kissed her affectionately. As Qi Jia's gaze drifted away, Qi Ya also walked over. After taking off her coat, she hugged Jiang Hai from behind and gently bit his ear. Recently, she had been holding it in for a long time. Jiang Hai had been very busy. It was a silent night. In fact, there was no way to talk about it. If they wrote about what they said, the book would be banned. When Jiang Hai woke up the next morning, Qi Jia and Qi Ya had already left. The one who sent them off was Azalina. In fact, Jiang Hai had already woken up very early, but he did not choose to come downstairs to send them off because he did not know how to face them. So after confirming that they had left, Jiang Hai came downstairs. In the villa, Delina and Marian went to send Qi Jia and Qi Ya off, leaving only Prawalton and Cheryl Lee. Seeing Jiang Hai coming down, Prawalton also went up to him. She completely ignored Jiang Hai's slightly melancholy gaze. She wrapped her arms around his neck and took the initiative to kiss him. Doesn't your wife know about what happened between you and other women? Why did you send them away? After their lips parted for a long time, Prawalton looked at the sad Jiang Hai and couldn't help but say with a smile. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai could only shrug. Because there were some words that he couldn't say. After all, these things were quite embarrassing to talk about. It doesn't matter. You have been in a state of use for the past few days. I thought I was going to come in vain. Your wife will come tomorrow, but today, you belong to us. Seeing that Jiang Hai didn't answer, Walton didn't care. After chuckling, she directly pushed Jiang Hai onto the sofa. Compared to the bed, she preferred other places. As for Cheryl Lee, after watching the flames of war reignite here, she also joined the battle group. She liked Walton, but she also liked Jiang Hai. For that kind of thing, she also enjoyed it. The flames of war reignited in the living room of the villa. In the evening, Walton and Cheryl Lee also entered Jiang Hai's room. This was the first time they did this kind of thing in Jiang Hai's room, but if they didn't get used to sleeping on the jade bed, it would really be a trap. The next morning, when Jiang Hai left, they also got up, but they didn't wake up. They were woken up by the bed and went back to their rooms to sleep. After instructing Aphrodite and the others to help clean the room, Jiang Hai drove his battle shield and headed to New York. On the way, Jiang Hai casually bought 2 burritos to fill his stomach and rushed all the way. At about 10:00 in the morning, he arrived at New York's LaGuardia Airport. Looking at the time, there was still more than an hour before the flight arrived, so he wasn't too late. So Jiang Hai sat in the car and played with his mobile phone. Unknowingly, more than an hour had passed. As Chi Li's phone rang, Jiang Hai also answered the phone. After asking about the location, Jiang Hai closed the door and walked into the waiting hall. But as soon as he came in, he saw 4 women standing together and walking out. When he saw who these 4 women were, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Jiang Hai knew these 4 people. Chi Li, this was inevitable. The person next to her was her assistant. Until now, Jiang Hai didn't know her name. Jiang Hai was also familiar with the other 2 people, Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yunchin. Jiang Hai couldn't understand why they were here. Oh, you're here. Are you tired? Seeing the 4 people coming in front of him, Jiang Hai smiled and greeted them. Although he was surprised why Feng Yunchin and Ai Xiaoxi came, since they were here, Jiang Hai couldn't ask here, so he went forward to pick up the luggage. But with this, he awkwardly found that he didn't know who to pick up. Whether it was Feng Yunchin, Ai Xiaoxi, or Chi Li, they all brought a big bag of luggage. Seeing this, Jiang Hai was really embarrassed. Go and get a trolley. Looking at Jiang Hai's embarrassed look, Chi Li couldn't help but glare at him. This guy likes to flirt. This time, I'll let him see the disadvantages of having too many women. But fortunately, she just looked at Jiang Hai awkwardly for a while, then she helped Jiang Hai out of the awkward situation. Oh. Hearing Chi Li's words, Jiang Hai immediately ran to a distance and pushed a trolley over. He loaded the luggage of the 4 people into the trolley, then pushed it out of the airport. After leaving the airport, they naturally took their luggage down and carried it themselves. They came to Jiang Hai's car. After putting the luggage in the car, the 5 people also sat in the car together. Although Jiang Hai's battle shield was a standard seat for 5 people, because the car was really big, Chi Li sat in the front passenger seat, and the 3 people sitting behind her didn't feel crowded at all. However, Jiang Hai still felt that the atmosphere in the car was quite awkward. He wanted to find something to say, but he found that he didn't seem to have anything to say. It was better to stay silent. In the end, it was Chi Li who spoke first. She looked at Jiang Hai and said with a serious face, "Can you talk about the progress on your side?" Hearing Chi Li's words, Jiang Hai also had a rare opportunity to speak. "Oh, progress. I went to Moses Adams the day before yesterday, and the company has been registered. It's called Tinglong Company, and the brand is also called Tinglong. It's mainly to promote my beef and seafood and form a brand effect. The registration capital is $3 million, and it should be approved soon. Do you have any opinions or suggestions? Hearing Chi Li's words, Jiang Hai also had a rare opportunity to speak. Soaring Dragon, although it's a bit old-fashioned, it's not bad. Now that the company has not come down, everything is just talk. After the company comes down, you have to decide what your company will do. In fact, in my opinion, there is no special need for you to promote your brand. P.R.A. Walton, I have the sea market, we can scrape your meat clean, and we can also buy your seafood. So what you said about promotion is not necessary. You just have to ensure the effect of your brand, and your company. I think it's better to do transportation. After listening to Jiang Hai's words, Chi Li thought for a moment and then said to him. Chapter 681. Transportation. Listening to Chi Li's words, Jiang Hai fell into contemplation while driving. Yes, transportation. After you win the award, the necessary publicity is necessary, but you don't have to worry about your transportation. Although I don't want to admit it, Pra Walton will solve your problem of mass transportation. Haisheng Supermarket and I are enough to solve your remaining supply. In the future, even if you raise more and more cows, we can still eat them. But there is one thing that we can't earn, and that is the money for logistics. Chi Li heard that Jiang Hai listened and explained to him. Not all companies were like Pra Walton, which had many planes, whether it was Chi Li or Haisheng Supermarket. They didn't have private cargo planes. If they wanted to distribute the beef everywhere, Haisheng Supermarket needed to use the Walmart Group's channels. In this way, they would naturally lose some money and the initiative of the beef. Similarly, Chi Li also needed to spend money to transport the beef back from the United States. Not only was it expensive, but most importantly, it was time-consuming. It was not worth it. Therefore, instead of handing this business to others, it was better to hand it over to Jiang Hai directly. Jiang Hai's company didn't need to do anything else. It only needed to deliver the beef to domestic or Haisheng Supermarket on time, and it could also take some private jobs. The money for private jobs was enough for the normal operation of the company. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but touch his chin. This might be a good idea. Jiang Hai was already a little tempted, but after going back, he had to discuss it with Pra Walton and Zhang Dihai. Pra Walton definitely wouldn't use Jiang Hai's logistics, but Zhang Dihai could. And if he didn't use it, then Jiang Hai's logistics company would only deliver the beef to Chi Li. It seemed that the loss outweighed the gain. It's possible to set up a logistics company. We'll discuss it when we get back. But the problem is, I don't know how to start a company. It's such a small company. You can't possibly come and take charge of it. What should I do? After thinking about it, Jiang Hai felt that this thing was quite reliable, but he still didn't understand the person in charge of this company. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Chi Li smiled. Come, let me introduce you. This is Xing Jin, my assistant. She has been with me for many years and is quite capable. This time, I brought her here mainly to let her work in your company. If you agree, she can help you manage the company. With a smile, Chi Li pointed to the somewhat absent-minded assistant behind her and said to Jiang Hai. It was the first time Jiang Hai knew that the assistant was called Xing Jin. He didn't pay attention before. Following Chi Li's finger, Jiang Hai also glanced through the rearview mirror. Maybe she heard Chi Li's words. Xing Jin also turned her head, looked at Jiang Hai, and nodded gently. Let's talk about it when we get back. But looking at her, Jiang Hai didn't say much, because Jiang Hai didn't have a good impression of her. When he was with Chi Li, this girl was always in his way. Although she didn't humiliate him in front of his face, Jiang Hai still remembered the look in her eyes. For Chi Li's sake, Jiang Hai didn't want to lower himself to her level. However, it was impossible for him to have a good impression of her. Now that he wanted to hand over his company to her, Jiang Hai had to think about it. Jiang Hai didn't mind. Hearing Jiang Hai say this, Qi Li also chuckled. She knew the conflict between Jiang Hai and her assistant, but she had no choice. First, she completely trusted her assistant. Second, she also needed to arrange someone in Jiang Hai's new company. This was not because she was worried about Jiang Hai, but because she was worried about other people. She was very clear about Jiang Hai's character. As for the company, after he set it up, he would probably leave it there and no longer care about it. If he found someone he didn't trust, it was likely that he would take the company away. So even if it was for Jiang Hai, she had to let Jiang Hai keep Jingjin. Soon, Jiang Hai changed the topic. In the middle of March, New York and Boston were pretty good. Although there were still a little points, most of the land had been exposed. New seedlings were growing, and the roadside trees were budding. Everywhere was lush, and it was really beautiful. Jiang Hai talked about his newly bought cattle and the seafood he had salvaged. For a while, the atmosphere in the car was very good. A few hours later, Jiang Hai's car returned to Winthrop's manor. After arriving at the manor, Jiang Hai stopped the car and helped them carry their luggage into the villa. As soon as they walked in, they saw Prawalton, Cheryl Lee, Delina, Marion, and Azalina in the villa at this time. "Hey, my darlings, how are you?" Looking at the 5 people in the house, Chili first nodded to Prawalton and Cheryl Lee, then smiled at Azalina. She then walked to Jiang Hai's 2 daughters, Delina and Marion. She hugged the 2 daughters and said with a smile. Because they had seen each other more often, Delina, Marion, and Chili were also familiar with each other. Although they didn't call her mother, they also smiled and chatted with her. On the other hand, Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yunchen were a little stupefied because they didn't know Prawalton and Cheryl. Most importantly, they couldn't speak English. Among these foreigners, only Delina and Marion could speak some Chinese. Azalina only knew a little about it, so she stood there awkwardly. Fortunately, Azalina was very helpful. She pulled them to sit down and used her simple Chinese to make the 2 girls gradually relax. As for Jiang Hai, seeing that there was nothing to do here, he took their luggage and arranged rooms for them. Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yunchen were going to stay in the same room where they stayed last time. Although people came and went in Jiang Hai's house, the rooms were very fixed. This was because there were a lot of rooms. The last time they came, they stayed in this room. But just as they were about to arrange a room for Qi Li and Jingjin, Qi Li stood up and threw her luggage into Jiang Hai's room. This action was clearly a declaration of sovereignty. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. However, Qi Li appeared to be very calm. After throwing away her luggage, she sat down and started chatting again. As for Jingjin, she went to the last room. It could be seen that she was still very unsociable. It was understandable. These women had some kind of relationship with Jiang Hai, but she didn't. It was very awkward for her to stay here. While they were chatting, Jiang Hai also called Old Master Zhang Di Hai. Recently, Jiang Hai often went to China, so he rarely went to Old Master Zhang's small supermarket to buy things because most of them were sent from China. However, the relationship between the 2 didn't break. A while ago, Jiang Hai went to get some tea leaves. But speaking of which, it was almost the Qingming festival. Jiang Hai's tea leaves should be the first batch. Thinking about the tea leaves he planted, Jiang Hai was a little excited. He didn't know how they would taste. Jiang Hai was afraid that these tea leaves would be blown by the wind and frozen by the snow, so he specially planted them in a warehouse. The temperature was adjusted to the best standard. The soil used was also the most fertile water here. Moreover, he specially watered it with water that was filled with Jiang Hai's spiritual energy. He hoped that the taste of these tea leaves could satisfy Jiang Hai. The topic was digressed again. Jiang Hai called old master Zhang Dihai, not to exchange pleasantries, but to tell him about his establishment of a company and that his company was going to do transportation. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Zhang Dihai agreed on the other side. For him, transportation was also a headache. Although Walmart's channel was good, it was really troublesome. Not to mention the money, this was inevitable. Although Jiang Hai's transportation would be cheaper, it also had to be charged. However, everything had to be done according to the time of Sam's Club, which made him a little depressed. For example, when he went there, sometimes the meat in his store was sold out, but the meat in Sam's Club was not sold out, so he had to wait. When the meat in his store was not sold out, but the meat in Sam's Club was sold out, then they would come in. It was really troublesome. If Jiang Hai could be responsible for the transportation, it would naturally be better. It could also ensure freshness and time. Thinking of this, Zhang Dihai agreed instantly. This was also a good thing for him, so he was very happy. After getting Zhang Dihai's consent, Jiang Hai was relieved. During dinner, Jiang Hai also explained the situation in the restaurant. When Pra Walton learned that Jiang Hai wanted to do transportation, she did not object. Instead, she nodded gently. In her opinion, Jiang Hai's transportation was still very good. Just like what Qi Li and Zhang Dihai said, Jiang Hai's transportation was indeed beneficial to them, but it was not good for Pra Walton and Walmart. Originally, they could still receive Zhang Dihai's money, but now Pra Walton's heart was not with Walmart. So when she heard that Jiang Hai wanted to do logistics and transportation, she agreed. She also told Jiang Hai what he needed. Transportation was naturally needed to do transportation. When it came to transportation, the first thing that came to mind was a car. But to be honest, a car did not matter. Because if it was close, whether it was the Haishang supermarket or Qi Li, they could solve it by themselves. It was not like they did not have a car. Pra Walton's transportation was a plane. To be exact, it was a cargo plane. If you wanted to quickly transport the goods to major cities without smelly, a plane was the best choice. Although there was ice, the ice could only last for 7 days. Frozen beef could not be sold at a high price. Speaking of cargo planes, Jiang Hai really did not know much about it. Fortunately, Pra Walton was very clear about it. The so-called cargo plane was the cargo version of a large and medium-sized passenger plane. The biggest difference between a cargo plane and a passenger plane was that there was an F on the model of a cargo plane, which represented a cargo plane. And because of the greater load, it could only take off and land in large and medium-sized airports. It could not take off and land in small airports. In other words, if Jiang Hai wanted to buy a cargo plane, he needed to go to the nearby Boston airport to rent a runway and a hangar there. In addition, he needed to buy a flight route to major cities in the United States. He also needed to talk to the customs so that he could ship to Huaxia. These things were very troublesome. Jiang Hai felt a headache when he heard it, but Jing Jin listened very carefully. She had also been in contact with logistics in China, but these things were mostly done by train, car, or plane. But she was not very clear about the specific operations. Since Pra Walton knew more about it, she would humbly ask for his advice. While they were talking, the night fell unknowingly. Qi Li and the others had been on the plane for more than 10 hours. So everyone looked at the time and went to bed. Naturally, Jiang Hai went back with Qi Li. Although they had just separated not long ago, as soon as Qi Li returned to the room, she pushed Jiang Hai to the door and kissed him heavily. "Hey, you have been on the plane for more than 10 hours, and there are still a few hours in the car. Aren't you tired? After their lips parted for a long time, Jiang Hai looked at Qi Li, who still wanted more. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why does this woman not follow the routine at all? I'm definitely a little tired, but if I don't enjoy myself with you here, I can't sleep. Licking her lips, Qi Li said with a smile. Then, without giving Jiang Hai a chance, she kissed him on the lips again and began to take off her clothes at the same time. Not long after, the two rolled onto Jiang Hai's white jade bed, and the battle began. An hour later, the wind and rain gradually stopped. Jiang Hai also lay on the bed with Qi Li in his arms, letting Qi Li's head rest on his arm. Jiang Hai was also slightly panting, and Qi Li had already closed her eyes. Although she was not asleep yet, her breathing gradually stabilized. Phew, I really want to stay by your side every day. I'm gradually addicted. Leaning in Jiang Hai's arms, Qi Li whispered. Then you can stay. Hearing her hand, Jiang Hai's other hand also wrapped around her armpit, pressing one of her breasts and whispering. Feeling Jiang Hai's action, Qi Li couldn't help but pat his hand. Glancing at Jiang Hai, Qi Li closed her eyes again, and said bitterly, if you're not satisfied, then go find Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yunqin. But remember, come back when you go to bed. If I don't see you tomorrow morning, you're dead. Chapter 682. By the way, I don't quite understand. Did they want to come over this time, or did you bring them here? When he heard Qi Li talking about Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yunqin, Jiang Hai couldn't help but ask with some doubts. He had been curious about this matter for a whole day. I called them here. Listening to Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li also replied. But why? Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai was even more puzzled. What kind of trick is this? No reason, I'm willing. However, Qi Li didn't explain her meaning, which made Jiang Hai a little puzzled. Okay, go quickly, remember to come back and sleep. Looking at Jiang Hai's confused look, Qi Li kicked him, then closed her eyes and began to sleep. She was really tired. Looking at her appearance, Jiang Hai scratched his head, then slowly walked out of the room. After gently closing the door, Jiang Hai was still a little puzzled. He didn't understand why Qi Li did this, but Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yunqin were also related to him. He couldn't let them wait for too long, so after hesitating, Jiang Hai still went to Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yunqin's room. When he came in, Ai Xiaoxi had just finished bathing, but Feng Yunqin hadn't finished yet. You know, the water in Jiang Hai's room is hot spring water. Soaking more is beneficial for the body, so Feng Yunqin likes to soak more there. Seeing Jiang Hai walk in, Ai Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment, then she didn't care about it. She sat on the bed while drying her hair, and looked at Jiang Hai with a smile. Looking at her, Jiang Hai was a little embarrassed. Aren't you going to accompany Qi Li? At this moment, Ai Xiaoxi asked him with a smile. She told me to come over and accompany you. Scratching his head, Jiang Hai said to Ai Xiaoxi, somewhat at a loss. This Qi Li is really something. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Ai Xiaoxi patted the seat beside her for Jiang Hai to sit down. She sighed. This Qi Li really gave her a lot of pressure. In fact, Jiang Hai didn't understand why Qi Li called them over. However, Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yunqin thought about it and roughly guessed that Qi Li was doing this mainly for 3 goals. Firstly, she wanted to signal to Jiang Hai that she was pregnant. She didn't care about what women Jiang Hai had outside, but she wanted Jiang Hai to come back every day. Secondly, she wanted to show Ai Xiaoxi and the others that mistresses should have the awareness of being mistresses because they couldn't help Jiang Hai. Thirdly, and most importantly, she wanted to show Jiang Hai that she was smart. She wanted to tell Jiang Hai that she would be his think tank. This could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. She had to admit that when it came to playing mind games, Jiang Hai was really far behind Qili. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Let me check if you still have the ability to accompany us. Ai Xiaoxi shook her head. She was still too young. Compared to Qili, Ai Xiaoxi felt that she was still lacking a lot. However, this didn't mean that she would admit defeat. Ai Xiaoxi glanced at Jiang Hai and smiled as she leaned on Jiang Hai's legs. She released the part that Jiang Hai had just exercised and gently teased it with her hand before swallowing it. Feeling Ai Xiaoxi's movements, Jiang Hai also closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Sometimes, for a man, having more women wasn't a good thing, unless you had a strong body like Jiang Hai. Not long after, the war drum sounded again in the room. The battle between the 2 armies reached its peak once again. Just when Jiang Hai defeated Ai Xiaoxi, Feng Yunchen heard the noise outside. After taking a bath, she looked outside and couldn't help but chuckle. Then, she joined the battle. It was already around 11:00 in the evening when Jiang Hai left the room. But just as he left the room, he found that Walton and Cheryl Lee's doors in the distance were opened. At this time, Cheryl was standing in front of the door, hooking her finger at Jiang Hai. Walton was also standing behind her, but his hands were grabbing 2 vital parts of Cheryl's upper body and constantly changing their shape. In fact, the meaning of this was self-evident. Although his feet were already a little light, Jiang Hai couldn't be biased. He gritted his teeth and went into the room. When Jiang Hai appeared in the corridor again, it was already past 12:00. He yawned. To be honest, Jiang Hai was already a little tired. Just as he was about to go back to the room, he suddenly found that in the hall on the 1st floor, someone was holding a phone in a daze. After frowning and looking at it, Jiang Hai found that this person was none other than Jing Jin. What is she doing so late at night? Scratching his head in confusion, Jiang Hai thought for a moment and went downstairs. Hello. Just as Jiang Hai hesitated whether to ask what was going on, the phone in Jing Jin's hand suddenly rang. Then, with Jiang Hai's hearing, a young male voice came from the phone. Hello, it's me. After hesitating, Jing Jin said to the man on the phone. Oh, you still called me. I thought after you went there, you went to play with your black brothers. At this time, the male voice on the phone couldn't help but say a little frivolously. Hearing this, Jing Jin's expression was not good. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm here to work. Hearing the voice on the other side, Jing Jin said with a face full of anger. Work? Is work more important or am I more important? Shouldn't we be one? Who allowed you to go to work? Hearing Jing Jin's words, the man on the other side roared angrily. Hearing his voice, Jing Jin couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't know what to say. You'd better make a decision yourself. Hearing that Jing Jin was silent, the person on the other side couldn't help but snort coldly. Then, he directly hung up the phone. As for Jing Jin, after the other party hung up the phone, he seemed to have lost his soul and was somewhat powerless. Sorry, if you have something important to do, I can arrange for you to return to China as soon as possible. Looking at Jing Jin sitting there powerlessly in the dark night, Jiang Hai thought for a while, then coughed dryly to remind her of his location, and then said to her. From the call just now, it was not difficult for Jiang Hai to guess that there should be something wrong with Jing Jin's other half. If because of his own affairs, the other party's relationship was delayed, then Jiang Hai felt that it was a little unnecessary. Oh, it's okay, I'll go back to my room first. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Jing Jin was stunned for a moment. Then, she turned around and glanced at Jiang Hai. After that, she turned around and walked directly to the second floor and returned to her room without saying anything. She looked like she didn't want to say anything more. Jiang Hai also scratched his head. He had to listen to Qi Li's opinion on this matter. He turned around and returned to his room on the second floor. At this time, Qi Li had already fallen asleep. Jiang Hai also took off his pajamas and went to bed. Just like that, he hugged Qi Li and fell asleep. The next day, Jiang Hai was woken up by Qi Li's hair. When he opened his eyes, he found that Qi Li was lying on top of him at this time, using her hair to sniff his nose. Feeling her movements, Jiang Hai woke up in the morning, and his big brother also woke up. Realizing that her lower body was different, Qi Li's pretty face couldn't help but blush, but she didn't dodge. Looking at her appearance, what else was there to say? The flames of war ignited in the room again. When the flames of war on Jiang Hai's side were extinguished, it was already past 9 in the morning. Are you a dog? Can't you eat enough? Lying on top of Jiang Hai, Qi Li gently patted Jiang Hai's chest and then said softly. At this time, she was sweating all over, and her body seemed to have no bones. She was soft and had no strength at all. Oh, that depends on what you eat. Touching Qi Li's smooth back, Jiang Hai said with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li buried her head deeper. She liked how Jiang Hai treated her, she really liked it. By the way, what's the matter with Jing Jin? When I came back last night, I found her on the phone. It seems that the other party is her boyfriend or someone else. Didn't her family allow her to come? Then let her go back. Looking at Qi Li, Jiang Hai remembered Jing Jin's matter last night, and couldn't help but ask Qi Li. Jiang Hai didn't want to keep a person who didn't have any intention to help him, and he still had to pay her a salary. Sigh, this matter is indeed a little troublesome, but we can't let her go. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li couldn't help but sigh, and then told Jiang Hai. Speaking of which, Jing Jin was also a bit unlucky. After she graduated from university, she was recruited by Qi Li and worked at the grassroots for a year. Because of Qi Li's relationship, she was directly promoted to the top. Therefore, she wasn't very proficient in some things like interpersonal relationships, but she was indeed good-looking and capable, so there were indeed a lot of people watching her. Not only were the people in the group watching her, but also the people outside. Moreover, they were right next to Qi Li. Originally, Qi Li could also watch a little, but because she spent more energy on Jiang Hai last year. Jing Jin found a boyfriend without paying attention. This boyfriend was a small boss of their cooperative company, and the two secretly dated for about 3 months. Jing Jin came over and said that she was pregnant. Originally, this boyfriend didn't want the child, so naturally, he didn't want to marry Jing Jin. However, because of Qi Li's pressure, and because his parents also thought that Jing Jin was a good person, and could be considered as an internal staff of Qi Li's. If any news was leaked, it would be a good thing for their family, so they forced this man to marry Jing Jin. However, after getting married, this guy still went out to drink and have fun. Jing Jin once went to his party and he beat Jing Jin up. Moreover, he beat her so badly that she had a miscarriage. After Qi Li found out about this, she directly cut off the cooperation project with their company, which almost made their family bankrupt. This small boss had no choice but to beg Jing Jin to forgive him, and Jing Jin was also a fool, so she forgave him just like that. After that, Qi Li kept a close eye on Jing Jin, but this guy still didn't change his character. On the other hand, Jing Jin was like a punching bag, completely resigned to her fate. This made Qi Li really angry, so this time, after Jiang Hai said that he wanted to start a company, she transferred Jing Jin over. She made this decision because she wanted to make Jing Jin give up and divorce that man. However, now it seemed that Jing Jin didn't give up so easily. After hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai could only chuckle. Although he thought that he was also a scumbag, he didn't seem to be scumbag to this extent. At the same time, he also felt a little pity for Jing Jin in his heart, but a person who was pitiful must have something to hate. Thinking of her attitude toward him back then, Jiang Hai's pity instantly disappeared. A wicked person would be dealt with by another wicked person. Now, he could only say this. However, just as Qi Li said, Jing Jin couldn't go back, so Jiang Hai didn't care. Let her stay here. He would see if she could do this job. If she couldn't, then he would find her an idle job. After all, he still had to give face to Qi Li. After talking about Jing Jin, Jiang Hai and the others also got out of bed. After breakfast, Jiang Hai first took Qi Li and the others to play around in his manor. He also specially went out to sea. The next day, he went to Winthrop, and then went to Boston on the third day. Jiang Hai's company went through the formalities very quickly. After all, Moses Adams was involved. Also, because he wanted to buy a plane and so on, Jiang Hai added an additional $100 million to the investment. Anyway, the money wouldn't bear any children in the bank, so it didn't matter if he invested it a little. With the addition of the money, Moses Adams went through the formalities even faster. The license, tax certificate, business permit, and so on were all completed in 3 days. Then, Jiang Hai rented the 17th floor above Moses Adams' lawyer building as the address of his company. Then, it was time to recruit employees, customize a plaque, decorate a company, and so on. At this time, Qi Li completely delegated the power to Jing Jin. It turned out that Jing Jin's workability was indeed not bad. These things were handed over to her in an orderly manner. Although she was unfamiliar with the place, she had already bought the tables and chairs that afternoon, plus the design, and contacted the construction team. According to her estimate, they could finish the renovation in less than half a month at most. Then, they just had to put the tables and chairs, hire employees, and after 3 weeks, they could officially start business. Jiang Hai was very surprised. This girl was really quite efficient. In that case, he just left the matters here to her. At the same time, Jiang Hai also rented an apartment for her in the company. After all, she had to travel around Boston. It would be inconvenient if she didn't have a place to stay. Chapter 683. Hey, your taxes here are too scary. Walking out of the tax bureau, Qi Li naturally held Jiang Hai's arm, and then said unhappily. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also smiled. He couldn't deny it. The taxes in the United States were indeed too heavy. Just the federal tax alone is daunting enough. Fortunately, Jiang Hai earns a lot more than that. Well, the wool comes from the sheep's back. I pay more money, so my status here is higher. Looking at Qi Li's pouting mouth, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Hai's words were completely correct. The biggest difference between the United States and Huaxia was the difference in social status. In the United States, it was a gold standard world. Rich people were everything. If you paid high taxes, you would naturally have a reputation in the local area. After all, the salary of the police was the money you paid in taxes. You, as a taxpayer, were quite a dazzling existence. Even when you accumulated wealth to a certain extent. Those in the ruling party or the opposition parties would come to rope you in, hoping to get political donations. Therefore, in the United States, as long as you didn't evade taxes, you would be the guest of honor of all the politicians. No one would dare to do anything to you. Just like Jiang Hai, although his relationship with the upper echelons of the United States was still zero, in Winthrop, he was the local tyrant. Of course, the premise was that he paid all the taxes. In the United States, the most terrifying organization was not the FBI, CIA, etc., but the Tax Bureau. Countless tycoons were imprisoned. The biggest crime was tax evasion. Jiang Hai's identity was Hua Xia, so he was particularly careful in this regard. The taxes he paid every year were calculated by 3 accountants hired by Moses Adams. Except for the jewelry he sold, all of his normal income had been declared for tax, even the 1 million yuan from selling the fish. However, even though Jiang Hai was doing well here, if he were in Hua Xia, he would still have to tuck his tail between his legs. This was because Hua Xia's social status was based on official status. No matter how much money you had, it was useless. This was because your land belonged to the country. If the country wanted to take it back, it could be taken back. If some officials took a fancy to it and said they wanted to take it back, they could still take it back. At most, they would give you some compensation. However, no one knew how much of this compensation would be left. Moreover, in Hua Xia, being an official was the best way out. No matter how rich a businessman was, he could not withstand a single word from an official. The deputy section chief who destroyed a family and the deputy section chief who exterminated a family was not a joke. Of course, existences above the hall level were not allowed to appear here. Jiang Hai didn't want to be sealed for no reason. Therefore, in the book, the highest rank that appeared was the division level. However, it was still very easy for a division level official to deal with a billionaire. Well, just take it as easy. Anyway, Jiang Hai did not dare to return to China to develop. He was really afraid that when he woke up, his manner would become someone else's. This was the difference between the official status and the gold standard. The gold standard looked more red and cruel. It was like a pack of wolves. If you want to survive, you have to find food and eat other animals. When you become the strongest wolf in the pack, you will be the wolf king. The official status was like an official who was herding a flock of sheep. In his eyes, these sheep were treated equally. If he liked any of them, he would help them. However, they were still a flock of sheep. For the rich, the gold standard was much better than the official standard. At least they could ensure their own safety. However, for the ordinary people, the official standard was actually more conducive to governance. It was more stable, and there would be fewer conflicts in society. This was what it meant to not worry about scarcity, but about inequality. Well, Jiang Hai was a little off topic. However, now he was relieved because the biggest issue of the year was solved. Unknowingly, Qili had been with Jiang Hai for almost half a month. During this time, Jiang Hai and the others had been busy building the company, preparing the beef cattle to participate in the Texas All-American Beef Cattle Show, and dealing with the matters in the manor. Xingjin, who was recommended by Qili, was really good. She had learned a lot after being with Qili for so many years. Her fluent English made it easy for her to live here. In addition, with Jiang Hai's influence in Boston, at least Zhang Dihai and Moses Adams would definitely take care of her. Under such circumstances, Xingjin's efficiency was really high. It was as if the things in China didn't affect her. She set up the company, renovated the company, bought tables and chairs, met the employees, and so on. It could be said that Xingjin easily arranged these tasks in an orderly manner. After watching her for a week, he found that she was really good at this. Jiang Hai signed a contract with her. Jiang Hai hired her to be the CEO of the Tinglong Company. There were only 2 main categories of work: publicity and transportation. Publicity of the beef and seafood produced in Jiang Hai's Tinglong Manor. Transportation was responsible for passing these things through security and transporting them back to the capital of Huaxia to be handed over to Qili. She could also send them to the big cities in the United States, where there would naturally be people from the Shanghai supermarkets to receive them. She mainly paid for things like planes, flight routes, and maintenance. She handled these quite well. As for her salary, Jiang Hai gave her $1 million a year. Although it wasn't particularly much, one could become a general manager in some domestic companies. $1 million a year was actually just a basic figure. After all, it was only $6 million, and they had to pay taxes. But what was really valuable was the 10% dividend and the company's shares. Jiang Hai owned 100% of the company's shares, but she could enjoy 10% of the dividend. This was also her goal. According to her estimation, if the company did well, it was impossible for it to lose money. After all, most of the business had already been contracted out. So even if it didn't make money in a year, it would at least make a net profit of $30 to $40 million. 10% was $3 to $4 million. This was not a small sum for Jingjin. Whether it was for money or for Qili, she was quite serious about her work. Except for an accountant, Jiang Hai was too lazy to take care of everything else. In Jiang Hai's eyes, she was a complete professional. After handing over the company to Jingjin, Jiang Hai and the others put more effort into the manor. This half a month might be the happiest half a month for Qili since her father passed away. Because Jiang Hai would hug her to sleep every night. Although he would leave for a while at night, when she fell asleep, Jiang Hai was by her side. When she woke up, Jiang Hai was also by her side. Without the pressure of work, she played with Jiang Hai in the manor every day. They would go to see the cows, ride horses, plant vegetables in the greenhouse that had been built with Delina and the others, or go to the vineyard to talk to Aphrodite and the others about the ripening of the grapes. Then, they would drink a glass of wine under the grapevines. If she was tired of playing on land, she could play in the sea. She could go fishing, catch fish, dive and catch lobsters. She could also ask Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yunqin, who were almost mute here, to go shopping in Winthrop. To be honest, Qili really didn't want to leave anymore. She wanted to buy some native products or check out the seasonal clothes, but a phone call pulled her out of this idea. She could stay here, but she couldn't watch her father's company collapse or fall into the hands of others. This was the last thing she wanted to see. Because of this, after Qili accompanied Jiang Hai to pay his taxes, it was almost time for her to leave. But this time, Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yunqin wouldn't leave. This time, they were already mentally prepared to stay by Jiang Hai's side. If Qi Jia and Qi Yi came back, then there would be 7 people in Jiang Hai's villa. It seemed to be getting more and more lively. Recently, they had been learning English from Delina and Marion. Seeing their changes, Jiang Hai was also very happy. Time sometimes passed by unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, Qili had been in Jiang Hai's villa for 3 weeks. And today, she was officially leaving. But when she came, there were 4 people, but when she left, she was the only one left. Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yunqin decided to stay in Jiang Hai's villa. They didn't want to go back, but at least they didn't want to leave now. Jingjin had become Jiang Hai's CEO and signed a 1-year work contract. The visa was also easily completed with the help of Jiang Hai. So this time, she didn't want to leave. Qili also didn't want her to leave. After all, it was very troublesome to stay in China. You have to take care of yourself. Outside the departure hall of New York's Guilloty Airport, Jiang Hai and Qili stood opposite each other. Looking at Jiang Hai in front of her, Qili said with some worry. She didn't know when her heart had been completely tied to Jiang Hai. Looking at Qili, Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment before saying, "You too, if you feel anything wrong, contact me immediately. I can go back to China or pick you up. Don't forget, I am still your husband." Looking at Qili, Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment before saying, you still know that you are my husband, but unfortunately, my husband is a womanizer. I think you have eaten almost all of the women in your manor. In the beginning, you lied to me that you didn't have that kind of feeling for Aphrodite and the others. A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. I think you have eaten all of them now. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, although Qi Li's face showed a trace of displeasure, her heart was already blooming with joy. Husband, these two words, from Jiang Hai's mouth, it was really not an easy thing. But she still had to accept it and say what she should say. She didn't know how she could tolerate Jiang Hai having so many women. Maybe it was to make up for it, or for something else, but Qi Li found that she really didn't care about these things. Compared to those women, she was more concerned about whether she could stay by Jiang Hai's side. This was more important. I'm leaving. Don't miss me too much. Seeing that the plane had begun to check in, Qi Li knew that she had to leave. She glanced at Jiang Hai, took a deep breath, and then hugged Jiang Hai tightly. After kissing Jiang Hai's lips, she said in his ear. Then she picked up her luggage and left quickly. She didn't look back because she didn't know if she would be willing to leave if she looked back at Jiang Hai. Her life here with Jiang Hai and the people here with Jiang Hai were constantly destroying her strong woman side. She didn't know if she would have the ability to go back to the capital and be her own iron-blooded president after one look back. But in Qi Li's heart, a seed had been planted. It seemed that it was time for her to consider retirement. Once she found a trustworthy person and handed the company over to him, she would be able to look for Jiang Hai. This was a good thing. As he watched Qi Li's figure enter the airport, Jiang Hai's heart felt a little empty. In fact, even though Jiang Hai was living a good life here, he was actually a little lonely. He didn't lack friends. Everyone in Winthrop was his friend, but when these friends were linked to benefits, friendship was no longer as pure. Of course, this was only because Jiang Hai was busy. Jiang Hai didn't lack women either. Just like Qi Li said, Aphrodite and the others were indeed related to Jiang Hai. But their relationship was more of a superior and subordinate relationship, not like an equal boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Ai Xiaoxi couldn't give him this, Feng Yunchen couldn't give him this, Pra Walton couldn't give him this, and even Qi Jia and Qi Ya couldn't give him the same feeling as Qi Li. Qi Li was Qi Li, Qi Jia was Qi Jia, Qi Ya was Qi Ya, and Ai Xiaoxi was Ai Xiaoxi. Every woman by Jiang Hai's side was unique and irreplaceable. If anyone left, he would feel a little empty in his heart. I'm still not strong enough. Sooner or later, I'll have all my women by my side. Since I have the ability, if I don't start a harem, won't my efforts be in vain? With a self-deprecating smile, Jiang Hai, who had always thought of himself as a salted fish with no dreams, had his first dream sprouted because of Qi Li. It could also be said that it was an ambition. Although this ambition was not serious, it was more or less considered a main line. After sorting out his emotions, Jiang Hai drove back to the manor. The next day, he had to go to Boston. After Qi Li left, Qi Jia and Qi Ya would be coming back. They had already settled the matters in Miami. The huge white research institute had been sold by Qi Jia. Anyway, Qi Ya's illness had been completely cured, and they would officially return tomorrow. However, Jiang Hai couldn't stay with them for too long because he had to leave soon. This time, his target was Texas. Chapter 684. Sir. The plane will land in half an hour. Please hurry up. In a dual-use plane, a pretty stewardess stood outside the bathroom door with a blushing face. She knocked on the door while speaking to the person inside. Perhaps the stewardess heard her voice. After a few minutes, the bathroom door opened. Jiang Hai walked out of the room with Cheryl Lee, who could no longer stand on her own. Under the shy gaze of the stewardess, he walked back to his seat and put Cheryl next to him. After fastening her seatbelt, Cheryl leaned on Jiang Hai's shoulder as usual. She allowed Jiang Hai's hand to reach into her clothes and change certain parts of her body into various shapes. "Hey, we're still on the plane. Can you be more careful?" Looking at Jiang Hai and Cheryl Lee sitting next to her, Walton put down the fashion magazine in her hand and said impatiently, "It's really interesting in the sky. I haven't tried it before. Shall we try it too?" Hearing Walton's words, Jiang Hai smiled, stretched out his long arm, and pulled Walton into his arms. His hand had unknowingly touched her lower abdomen and reached into her clothes. After struggling for a while, she realized that she couldn't break free. Walton gave up and let Jiang Hai's big hand reach into her pants. Feeling that her clothes were completely wet, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile. However, Walton didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she continued to read the magazine. "I won't go with you. If you want to go, let's talk about it after we get off the plane." Ignoring Jiang Hai's gaze and actions, Walton said with a serious face. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile. This woman is really cute. Sister Walton has been afraid of heights since the past. She is also afraid of flying. I've known her for so many years, and she never unfastens her seatbelt on the plane. Listening to Walton's words, Cheryl Lee whispered in Jiang Hai's ear. Playing in the air was actually proposed by her because they watched a movie about stewardesses in Jiang Hai's house a while ago. She felt that it might be good to play in the air, so she tried it today. Unexpectedly, in that narrow bathroom, there was indeed an indescribable feeling. There was no way to stretch out their body, and they couldn't even take off their clothes. They could only pull their underwear to the side, but it was a different feeling. Of course, the premise was that there was no one else on the plane. They took off from Boston to San Antonio. In just a few hours, they went to the bathroom 3 times, which showed how addicted they were. Walton had been sitting there reading a magazine. But looking at the magazine that she hadn't finished for a few hours, one could tell that her heart wasn't that calm. Glancing at Jiang Hai and Cheryl, Walton wrinkled her nose at them. When they landed on the ground, she will definitely let Jiang Hai, maybe let Jiang Hai know why the flowers are so red. After all, Jiang Hai is indeed talented in that aspect. However, it's not a problem to let Cheryl know the consequences of offending her. As the 3 of them chatted, laughed, and hugged each other, the plane was about to land at San Antonio's airport. Today was April 3rd. There were still 3 days before the Texas All-American Beef Show, but the venue was already set up. After getting the exact information, Walton used the plane dedicated to Sam's Club to take Jiang Hai and his cattle to Texas. This plane was a huge plane, an Airbus A380. The whole plane was changed into 2 parts, the cargo cabin and the cabin. There were only 10 seats in the cabin, and all of them were better than the first-class seats. The seats could be adjusted 180 degrees and could be used as a bed directly. Moreover, it was very wide, and the seats could be moved left and right. In addition to the decoration here, it was very luxurious. To be honest, Jiang Hai had some thoughts of buying such a plane. If he took such a plane back to China, it would be very comfortable. But the premise was that the money he spent was also very comfortable. Although the cargo cabin at the back was called a cargo cabin, it was actually not bad. At least the seats were comparable to those in the first-class cabin. This time, Jiang Hai came to participate in the competition to make a name for himself, not to open up a market. Therefore, he learned a lesson from last time and only brought 3 cows this time. However, these 3 cows were all carefully raised by him this month. These 3 cows were all left over from last year. They were fat and strong, and full of spirituality. Of course, this so-called spirituality was not related to intelligence. It's just that these cows look very smart, that's all. As for the 3 cows, Jiang Hai also brought 3 cowboys with him. They were Robbins Garcia, Burke Dollar, and Belle Luster. Originally, Philemon Turner should have come, but considering Jiang Hai's safety outside, he specially sent Belle Luster this time. Of course, there was also a professional bodyguard, Knerson Peters. Athena Vesborio did not come, because the manor still needed to be protected. At this time, the 4 big men were sitting in the cargo cabin. As for the passenger cabin, only Jiang Hai and the other 2 were there. Naturally, Jiang Hai could do whatever he wanted, and these 2 would cooperate with him very well. As the tires came into contact with the ground, the huge plane couldn't help but shake. Robbins Garcia and the rest who were already prepared waited for the plane to slowly stabilize before they immediately walked into the cow enclosure to calm the cows who were a little panicked due to the tremors. The good thing about cows was that they were very quick to calm down. Soon, the 3 cows calmed down. Jiang Hai and the others also got off the plane. The airport had already prepared a car for the cows, which was parked behind the plane. Jiang Hai and the others also got off the plane. After helping to put the cows into the car, they left the airport through the cargo passage. Jiang Hai and the others also left in the car prepared by Prawalton. Their goal was the venue this time. Although they could stay in a better hotel, don't forget that Jiang Hai had to stay with the cows. Prawalton and Cheryl had to stay with Jiang Hai. If they came to San Antonio, they would have a chance to be alone with Jiang Hai. If they went to another hotel to stay, it would be a waste, especially since Prawalton had tortured her along the way. When they arrived at the venue, Jiang Hai and the others showed their registration information. Then the people here arranged a place for them to graze the cows and an exhibition hall. After that, Jiang Hai and the others went to a hotel prepared by the organizers. Although it was only a 4-star hotel, it was still very good. Jiang Hai spent a lot of money, so the location of his exhibition hall was good. The room he stayed in was also a suite. After entering the room with Prawalton and Cheryl, Prawalton pushed Jiang Hai onto the bed. It was obvious what they wanted to do. It was afternoon when they arrived, but when Jiang Hai and the others came out, it was already night. According to Jiang Hai, they were going to find something to eat, but Robbins Garcia and the others were unwilling to leave. After all, the exhibition was coming soon. The cows were also very important, so only 4 people went out in the end. Jiang Hai, Prawalton, Cheryl Lee, and Jiang Hai's bodyguard, Knerson Peters. It was easy for the 4 of them to go out. Jiang Hai rented an SUV and drove to the distant holy city, San Antonio. In fact, for people in China, there had always been a misunderstanding about San Antonio. It was mainly for the NBA. This was because people in the NBA always said that San Antonio was a small city. The basketball market was small, and there was no economy. In the eyes of people in China, San Antonio might not be as big as Boston, Atlanta, or Oakland. But in fact, this was all nonsense. San Antonio was a big city in the United States. It was quite a big city. Texas was the largest state in the United States besides Alaska. The largest city in Texas, Houston, was the 4th largest city in the United States. As for the holy city, San Antonio, it was the 2nd largest city in Texas and the 7th largest city in the United States. Other than New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, and Houston, San Antonio was actually not afraid of anyone. Philadelphia, the 6th largest city, and Phoenix, the 5th largest city, were actually on par with San Antonio. Boston. If it was a metropolitan area, then San Antonio was far behind. However, they were talking about cities, and they were using cities as a unit. Boston's urban area alone was not comparable at all. San Antonio's history could be said to be very long. It was the earliest Native American settlement in the United States. In 1691, Spanish explorers settled here. In the middle of the 18th century, it developed into the largest Native American settlement in Texas. In the middle of the 19th century, Texas and Mexico fought, including the Battle of the Alamo. At that time, the fight was very tragic. Mexico was very strong at that time. Texas was defeated, but later the Americans stood up. After Woo took over the territory of Texas, the Mexican-American War started. The United States annexed Texas, and then there was the Civil War. This place became a famous cattle trading center and border city in the United States. To be honest, this city had a long history, but there were not many places that attracted people. There were only two reasons. One was the architecture of the Japanese people. After all, it was occupied by the Spanish in the beginning, so a large number of Spanish-style buildings were preserved. Later, it was occupied by Mexico, and many Mexican buildings were preserved here. There were very few American buildings here. However, there were many such exotic buildings. Second, the Holy River, which the people of San Antonio were proud of. The banks of the river were green and could be said to be world famous. Around the river, there were restaurants, hotels, cafes, tourist souvenir shops, theaters, museums, and other buildings. However, all the buildings mentioned above were located in the river valley, which was lower than the city street level. In other words, looking from the city, one could only see the river valley full of trees, but there were no traces of people. It was quite spectacular, and it gave people a strange feeling when they walked in. Besides these two things, there was nothing else to see. Second, the recruitment mainly depended on the humanities. The Texas Folk Festival, beef show, rodeo competition, and so on. Every year, the San Antonio Livestock Show and rodeo competition were held here, but it was in February and lasted for 3 consecutive weeks. In February, Jiang Hai was at home, so naturally, he could not come. This time, Jiang Hai participated in the livestock show held in Texas. Compared to the one held in San Antonio, the one in Texas was more popular. It was open to the whole country and lasted for a week. There were 2 kinds of competitions, the cattle competition and the rodeo competition. Both competitions started on the first day, then went through 3 days of auditions. On the 4th day, the top 16 were decided. On the 5th day, the top 8 were decided. On the 6th day, the top 4 were decided. On the 7th day, the best cattle and the best rodeo were decided. Compared to the voting in New York, a team of experts was formed here. They went into the exhibition hall to look at the cattle and score them. Therefore, there was no need to set up a TV and hang ribbons like in New York. It was very troublesome. Jiang Hai and the others came here mainly to get cattle. They did not care too much about rodeo. Robbins Garcia and Burke Dollar came here to compete when they were young. They had won honors, so they could not participate again. As for Bell Luster, it was not that the 2 old guys wanted to criticize him, but with his current ability, it was impossible for him to pass the auditions in such a competition. One was from Texas, and the other was from Montana. The rodeos in these 2 places relied on these things to make a living. Therefore, when it came to picking up sheep, riding cattle, training horses, and so on, Bell Luster was at least 10 times better. Therefore, from the beginning, Jiang Hai's goal was the beef show, not the rodeo competition. Of course, it was still a bit early to say this. After all, they had to wait 3 days. Jiang Hai, Pra Walton, Cheryl Lee, and Connerson Peters went straight into the city of San Antonio. Chapter 685. Hi, boss. Give us 4 steaks. Hurry up. The game is about to start. We still have to drive there. The 4 people who walked in were probably 4 fans. They didn't look very old. They were about 30 years old. They were wearing the Spurs black jerseys. They shouted loudly as they walked in. Jiang Hai looked at them when he heard their shouts. The 4 of them walked to a table and began to discuss tonight's match. Is there a Spurs game tonight? Jiang Hai didn't pay much attention to NBA games. Although he would watch it sometimes, most of the time, he preferred to watch American TV series and variety shows. For example, there was a famous American TV series called Slave of Desire and another one called Spartacus. They were all very good American TV series. There were no scenes that went against the socialist ideology. They were American TV series that anyone, from 99 years old to people who had just learned how to walk, could watch. Moreover, they were filmed quite well. However, he used to like basketball, so when he saw these people talking about the Spurs, Jiang Hai's interest was piqued. Of course, boss. Tonight is the regular season game between the Spurs and the Raptors. San Antonio will win. A white man turned his head and looked at Jiang Hai. He might have heard Jiang Hai's words. After hearing his words, many people in the restaurant started shouting. It could be seen that the Spurs had an unusually high reputation in the local area. Actually, this was understandable. Ever since the Spurs were established, they had won a total of 5 championships. Especially after 1998, they had never disappointed anyone. After choosing Duncan, they won the championship in 1999. In 2003, they defeated the Lakers, who were at their peak, and won the championship. In 2005, they defeated the Pistons, who had just eliminated the Lakers' F4 powerhouse, and in 2007, they defeated LeBron James, who was at his peak. After that, they entered the playoffs every year, and slowly changed. In 2013 and 2014, they entered the finals in a row, and with a bunch of old arms and legs, they defeated the Big 3 Miami Heat. At the same time, they were now one of the top teams in the league. When Jiang Hai first started watching basketball, it was because of Yao Ming of the Rockets. Later, his favorite team was the Phoenix Suns. The way the Suns played was very popular. However, during the 2 years when the Suns were at their peak, they were defeated by the Spurs. At that time, Jiang Hai didn't like the Spurs. He felt that the Spurs were a boring team. After pinning the other team to the ground, they didn't let the other team fight back. It was very difficult for him to like the Spurs. However, in recent years, Jiang Hai had become a fan of the Spurs. That smooth attack, that valiant fighting style, was indeed very likable, and so was Jiang Hai. Usually, he would just watch the Spurs play at home. Now that he was in San Antonio, he wanted to go and watch the game live. Therefore, he looked at Pa Walton and Cheryl Lee. He wanted to ask for their opinions. Although I don't know much, if you want to go, we'll go. After looking at each other, Cheryl's gaze landed on Pa Walton. Her meaning was to let Pa Walton do as she pleased. Pa Walton thought for a while. Indeed, other than going back to roll in the sheets, she didn't have any other activities at night. She had just done it in the afternoon and was still in a happy state. If Jiang Hai wanted to go and watch, then she would accompany him. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but cheer softly. Then, he took out his phone and prepared to buy tickets. The Spurs had a lot of fans, and they were all die-hard fans. The team's results were good and they entered the playoffs every year. Therefore, the loss of fans was relatively small. In addition, the team's playing style had become more and more beautiful in recent years, so the number of fans had increased. However, the football market here wasn't particularly popular. Other than key games and the playoffs, it was difficult to fill the seats with fans. Basically, it wasn't too difficult to buy tickets at any time. It was just a matter of location. Jiang Hai wanted to buy tickets in the front row, so he naturally didn't choose to sit too far behind. Therefore, he chose to sit in the first row, not far behind the Spurs bench. Naturally, the tickets weren't cheap at such a close position. The Spurs' results were there for all to see. His tickets couldn't be as cheap as those of the Bucks. After buying 4 tickets next to each other, Jiang Hai and the others sped up their eating. After eating, they prepared to leave directly. However, just as they were about to leave the shop, a group of people walked in from outside. Compared to the group of fans just now, these people were obviously the so-called successful people. They were all wearing suits and ties. The person in front kept smiling as he led the way. As he walked, he introduced the riverside. Originally, the two sides didn't know each other, so it was fine if they just walked past each other. However, the problem was that the entrance of the shop wasn't very big. The large group of people didn't seem to have any intention of lining up. They just squeezed their way in. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai, who was originally very anxious, couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't say anything. After all, this wasn't Winthrop. It wasn't his territory. For a small matter like this, it would be fine if he just let it pass. It would show that he was a person of high standards. However, if things were to pass so easily, there wouldn't be a need to describe it in detail. Among the crowd, most people's eyes were originally focused on this shop, but some people's eyes were looking at something else. For example, Cheryl Lee and Pa Walton beside Jiang Hai. Ordinary men naturally have evil intentions but don't have the guts to do it. After all, they have male companions beside them. However, some people didn't care about this. So a well-dressed white man who looked about 30 years old came over with a smile. He wanted to walk in front of Pa Walton, but Jiang Hai wouldn't give him such a chance. He directly blocked in front of Pa Walton and Cheryl Lee. The man couldn't help but frown. However, he still didn't stop. He glanced at Jiang Hai's physique and smiled disdainfully. He was about to push Jiang Hai away. But the moment their shoulders collided, the man's face couldn't help but change. He really didn't expect Jiang Hai's strength to be so strong. Under this collision, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and then his body unconsciously turned back. "Why did you bump into me?" This man really knows how to complain first. After being pushed away, he instantly covered his shoulder and looked at Jiang Hai angrily and shouted loudly. Hearing his words, the people who originally walked in were stunned for a moment, then walked to the man's side. Seeing the crowd gathering, Jiang Hai chuckled. Want to fight? He wasn't afraid of anyone when he fought. However, just as Jiang Hai was about to warm up, Connerson Peters stood up and came in front of them. "Step back, don't come close." At the sight of Connerson's powerful figure, those people who had gathered around were all startled. After exchanging glances with each other, they all took a step back. Actually, their relationship was not as solid as they had imagined. They just needed to support each other. However, there was no need for them to confront this burly man head-on. Given his size, it was obviously not a good idea to find trouble with him. "Hey, you're not allowed to make trouble here. Otherwise, I'll call the police." At this time, the owner of this restaurant, or rather, the waiter, also came over, but he didn't mean to stir up trouble. Generally, when there was a conflict in China, the owner would come out to stop the fight and say something like, "We're all here to have fun. You don't have to do this." Or, "Give me some face, don't start a conflict here." Everyone, put out the fire, but the American owner was arrogant. If he didn't agree with a word, he would call the police. He wasn't afraid that these people would really fight. Hearing this person's words, the people here pretended to be angry and then completely retreated. What a joke. They didn't intend to fight. What a joke. If they were injured, it would be too much of a loss. And although the man didn't seem to be dressed well, he was obviously someone who didn't lack money since he could go out with a bodyguard. What's the matter? Jiang Hai, why are you here? Seeing that the crowd had retreated, a person who came in first ran into the circle, wanting to be a peacemaker. But when he just walked in and saw Jiang Hai in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. When Jiang Hai saw him, he was also a little surprised, because he knew this person, Rosalind Cartwright, one of Jiang Hai's competitors last year. He came from the Cartwright Animal Husbandry Company. In the beginning, a man named Paul K. went to Jiang Hai's manor to pull cattle, and there was some hatred between the two sides. Later, at the beef show in New York State, this guy made a bet with Jiang Hai. As a result, he was beaten black and blue by Jiang Hai. If it was normal times, Jiang Hai probably wouldn't remember him, but it was different here. Jiang Hai just said that he was going to attend the beef show and just remembered him. He didn't expect to meet him here. It was really fate. Why are you here? Has your position been restored? Looking at Rosalind Carlett, who was walking in front of him, Jiang Hai crossed his arms and said disdainfully. He clearly remembered that after this guy lost to him last year, he was directly fired by his family's company. Now it seems that he is worthy of being his son. In just a year, he has been restored to his position. Ahem, you don't need to worry about that. What? The New York Beef Show can't satisfy you anymore, so now you're eyeing the National Beef Show. Let me tell you, the National Beef Show is not as easy as the New York Beef Show. There are more strong people here than you think. Hearing Jiang Hai mention last year's incident, Rosalind Cartwright's face couldn't help but change, and he said gloomily. He thought about it and figured out the purpose of Jiang Hai's coming here. It was nothing more than the same as his, to attend the National Beef Show. Thinking of this, his gloomy face became even gloomier. Originally, the Cartwright Company's business didn't cover the territory outside the northeast corner of the United States, so they didn't care about the National Beef Show. First, they couldn't beat it. Second, it was because the beef that they carefully prepared might not be able to cover the market after the competition. At that time, it would be a waste. In addition, the competition here was too fierce. Therefore, in their opinion, it was better to take over the New York Beef Show than to waste time on the National Beef Show in Texas. But who would have thought that Jiang Hai would come out last year and completely ruin their wishful thinking? The reason why he didn't attend the New York Beef Show this year, but came to Texas to attend the livestock show in Texas, was to avoid meeting Jiang Hai again. But he didn't expect to meet Jiang Hai here. Needless to say, he knew what he was here for. It must be for the National Beef Show. Thinking of Jiang Hai's beef, he couldn't help but have a headache. This time, it might be really troublesome. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai shrugged. He was quite confident in his beef. I hope you can get a good result. Let's go. Glancing at Jiang Hai's indifferent look, Rosalind Cartwright took a deep breath and left with the others. Seeing them leave, Jiang Hai and the others also left. They still had to watch the competition. Do you know this group of people? That girl seems pretty good. After Jiang Hai and the others left, the person who had the conflict just now couldn't help but walk over, covering his shoulder. He looked at Rosalind Cartwright and said, "Don't give up. Just give up. That guy. Well, it's nothing. That guy raises cattle in Boston, Massachusetts. He's a small manor owner. The quality of the beef he raises is pretty good. He's probably here to participate in this event. After hearing this person's words, Rosalind wanted to tell him to give up. Jiang Hai was very powerful in Massachusetts, and he had a lot of personal property. If something happened to him, he would be finished. But when he was about to say it, he suddenly changed his mind. If this guy wants to find trouble with Jiang Hai, then let him go. If he succeeds, then Jiang Hai's trip will be in vain. If he can't find her, then Jiang Hai will deal with him. It has nothing to do with him, and he will have one less competitor. Why not? Hearing Rosalind Cartwright's words, the man couldn't help but touch his chin. This guy was a pervert. When he saw Pra Walton, it was impossible for him not to be tempted. Although she was taken, he could use her to loosen the soil. As for Jiang Hai, he didn't care at all. He was just a manor owner. How much money could he have? What power could he have? Just give him some channels, and he would be happy. Thinking of this guy was even more certain that he wanted that beauty. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.